still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave. Yeah. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave. Yeah. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave.
What can you say when love goes away that hasn't been said before? I have no rhyme that's different this time. There's no words to sing anymore. I haven't a clue why you went away. I only know you are gone. And I sit alone, my heart by the phone. And so I just listen to rain as it falls to the ground and washes the day away. Nothing to show and no place to go. So here in my room I stay. I don't know that I could forget you, no matter how hard I try. I'm all alone and honestly I don't know why. I just listen to rain as it falls to the ground and washes the day away. Nothing to show and no place to go. So here in my room I stay. I don't know that I could forget you, no matter how hard I try. I'm all alone and honestly I cannot believe all the tears that I've cried. I'm all alone and honestly I don't know why.
Pack your bags for the weekend. I just booked our flights. Let's go see a show in Mexico, yeah. Laugh and dance all night. We should fly right over the sea. Take my hand its tides. Hand in hand through the streets of
Hello, Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Elixir Cup 2026. You're going to be joined with Gareth and Inflict, a bit of a newer face on stream. And just before we get into the games today, as well as breaking down the pre-match, all that goodness, we just got to give a big shout out to Elixir Esports for putting this amazing tournament together. And if you want to find out more info when they put on another Slammer tournament like this, make sure you look them up on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok at elixiresports.sg. And Mr. Inflict, tell us about yourself, man. How long have you been playing Valorant?
Oh, dude, I've been playing Valorant on an extremely crappy computer ever since the game came out. I mean, it was basically my escape from console gaming. I was a very normal COD dweeb and that used to play on a PlayStation,
Right.
and then I heard about Valorant, made the switch, and never looked back. That was a revolutionary experience, I must say. And well, I've thoroughly enjoyed the competition. I've been commentating for a couple of years as well, and I look to forward to this grand finals as well. Anytime we see any region compete, for the most part, we don't really see a lot of smaller tournaments happening, particularly in the Southeast Asian side. So it's really interesting to see whenever any team, any sponsor comes up to try and put something on board. So it's very interesting.
100%. And it's funny that you mentioned that you're gaming on a bad computer, because you know what? I'm guilty of that too. And honestly,
Yeah.
there's a lot of people that are going to be feeling that, right? Especially with how my teammates are playing in ranked. It seems like everybody is gaming on a bad computer, but you could obviously get a huge upgrade with this, a massive prize pool here, because for the champions, you're going to be getting a whopping $2,000. The runners up going to be grabbing $1,000 for themselves, and the second runner up obviously going to be getting that $500 bonus. But Inflict, we have a very, very important job to do.
Oh,
You
yeah.
see that additional rewards where the most valuable player in the game will get an extra $300?
Yep.
We will have to decide who the MVP
Oh,
is.
no.
Obviously, you weren't here for the first game, so I already have some ideas in mind. But as we see this grand final come about, you will see the players that I personally think should get it. But of course, over this grand finals, we will make this decision together. So make sure you're watching, and you at home, make sure you're watching as well. Maybe you could drop your suggestions in the chat, and maybe we'll take those into consideration. But back to the actually, we'll get to it soon. First of all, let's take a look at who has been playing in this tournament so far, because this has been going on for just a little bit. If you were here yesterday, obviously welcome back, but we were taking a look at a Fun Squad going up against I believe it was Silly Groundhogs, if I'm not mistaken. But today we're going to be seeing the victors as Zenol Gaming going head to head against Team Nuss. Definitely some of the best this tournament has to offer, and obviously mainly going back to what we were saying about the bad computers. If you are struggling from a bad computer, make sure that you hit up Elixir Esports, because not only do they have multiple gaming cafes around Singapore, but they have some of the best hardware in every single one of their cafes, with a crazy 7800 X3D CPUs and 5070 graphics cards, right? Like, they have, again, some of the best hardware in Singapore, and their room selection is phenomenal. If you're just trying to fly solo, they have solo rooms where you can book off and even stream from the gaming cafe itself. If you've got a buddy, you can book off one of their couples rooms, and if you've got a full team of 4 other friends, you can absolutely book off one of their 5-stack rooms for maximum gaming experience. They offer a ton of amenities, like beautifully ergonomic chairs, and of course, absolutely complimentary blankets, as well as slippers to make yourself feel right at home. And as if that wasn't enough, they also have complimentary food. Well, not complimentary, but you can order food and their specialty drinks inside the gaming cafe itself. So definitely a lot of incentive to visit this cafe. And of course, their newest location, Clark Key, is where all of these players are going to be playing today. So they are online on the brand new setups with the brand new food and probably some brand new slippers. And actually, you know what? Between you and me, as an extra little quirk about this gaming cafe, you can pick up Pokemon booster packs at all of their locations.
Oh, Lord.
How hard it's been to actually get those cards, because of scalpers and scammers and all that stuff. You could get your Pokemon as a nice little bonus just for visiting this place. And yeah, it's a wonderful place. So I'm sorry, kind of rambled on a little bit, but if you were going to be playing on these setups, Inflict, how high do you think you'd reach on the Valorant ladder?
I have been ascended myself when I used to have a better
Really?
computer. Right now, I've moved back to a crappy one, but that's only temporary. And you mentioned the specs, the 7800 X3D, absolutely beautiful piece of technology. That's what I'm looking to get in my next computer soon as well, hopefully. But, if I were to go there, I'd probably not leave that place regardless of what rank
No.
I am in. You have food, you have comfortable rooms, you have elite computers. I mean, there's what are you missing? For extra hobbies, you have Pokemon packs. What more could you
Yes.
need at any place? That's practically, if you're rich enough that you could make it a hotel,
Right.
just grind away. You don't need breaks. Breaks are for the weak, man. Come on.
Exactly. That is the grind mentality. But you know what? Even if you are looking for a break, they still have you covered because they have pool tables as well as other physical
Oh
games
God.
dotted around the location. So you know what? As if they didn't have enough for you to come in there and just spend your entire life playing Valorant at one of the most comfortable facilities in the world, they also got you covered if you like more classic games. But let's stop rambling about the gaming venue and start rambling about the gaming as we head into these map bans.
Yeah, it's the grand final time. As you said, we had to pick the MVP. We have to find out the winner first as well. Whoever will take that 2,000 Singaporean dollars. So moving into the vetoes, map number one going to be Fracture, my favorite map actually. Unfortunately, it's being removed from the map pool. That does hurt a little bit. It
Mm.
didn't really stay a long time in the map pool compared to some other maps like Ascent, Haven, etc. But Fracture, this may be one of the last few times that we'll get to see it. So I'm definitely going to cherish it. But I believe
100%.
next, yeah, hopefully but hopefully this is a close one. With Fracture
Mhm.
tends to be a lot more lopsided compared to a lot of other maps because it's as I said, a map that hasn't seen a lot of playtime in the map pool. So teams that have
Mhm.
specialized it, they tend to perform extremely good on a map like Fracture. But teams
Mhm.
that didn't, which is a case for a lot of these teams, they just stuck to the main core maps, the likes of Lotus, the likes of Split, the likes of Haven or Ascent that have been around for a long time. They're more well versed on it. And in the C tier, in the lower tier of tournaments, teams change very often as well. So the teams tend to
Mhm.
play what they're more individually comfortable at. Fracture, not one of those maps most often. And then, so you see Split making it into as
Yeah,
the
yeah.
second pick, and then Lotus being the decider.
Honestly, like very, very solid maps that we have here today. But just kind of speaking on the maps, like you said, that you've been ascended, so you've hit the upper echelons of Valorant. Are there any agents or potentially even strategies that you're hoping to see in these maps today?
I mean, given the current meta, we've seen a lot of double control, a lot of double duelists being picked
Oh
out,
yeah.
particularly on the maps like Fracture, like Split. But Fracture, the thing that makes me love that map most is it's one of the only two maps that still keeps Breach viable in this game. Breach, unfortunately, not
Yes.
one of the best flash initiators left anymore. But I freaking love that man. I love his
Oh
orange beard.
yeah.
I love his robotic arm, and I want that guy to see more gameplay. And Fracture brings
Yes.
it out so perfectly. It's perfectly paced for him. There's the avenues, the alleyways, they're perfect for his fault lines. So I really hope that we get to see a double initiator setup, which again,
Mhm.
it's not as common anymore. People tend to go for those the double controller with the Viper and Omen a lot more, which is
Mhm.
understandable.
Mhm.
It works so much better universally, especially considering how weak the initiators are at the moment in the meta.
Yeah.
So hopefully somebody has the guts to try and pick up the double initiator. But
Mhm.
if it doesn't happen, it's very much understandable. You have to stick to the meta. It's
Yeah.
meta for a reason. It's good.
Absolutely. And it's funny that you mentioned the Viper because obviously Viper is easily one of the best picks on these maps that have a lot of choke points around the sites, like Lotus, like Split. You can kind of see it with Fracture, but honestly, you don't really like, or at least I'm not a huge fan of the Viper on Fracture, mainly because Fracture is a bit of an interesting map because there's multiple ways onto the site. But yeah, as you said,
Yeah.
Breach definitely very strong on Fracture. And as a Breach main myself, I would not love this grand finals more if we got to see a Breach pick on even one of the teams. I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a KO because, like as you're saying, info, especially on a map like Fracture, is so important. I don't know if people are going to be running a Sova Fade combo because obviously definitely very strong with a lot of information. But with the KO, not only do you get a little bit of info gathering with the knife, but you also get the added kind of stall with the molly as well as 2 flashes to boot. So definitely very powerful agent. And yeah, obviously Omen a staple. But how do you feel about Cypher?
Honestly, I think Cypher is in a bit of a mixed space right now. So whenever
Mhm.
Cypher is viable, I think it's also very replaceable if somebody prefers to go the KJ route. It's not as universally acceptable like on the likes of Sunset, since it's back on its inception. It'll be joining the map pool soon. Cypher was very
Mhm.
dominant on a map like Sunset, but I think especially given the upgrades that KJ has gotten in the recent update, I think that KJ is also a lot more viable, and it's not that I don't like
Mm.
Cypher. I prefer Cypher to most Sentinels, but at the same time, a lot of these Sentinels roles are very interchangeable. At the most part, the tripwires are essentially the one differentiating factor that it has. But with the
Mhm.
alarm bar being much more faster, with the turret also being an actually damaging ability now instead of just
Yes.
another sort of alarm bot. I think if I had the option, I would more often choose the KJ. But on a map like Fracture, on a map like Lotus that we see in this map, well, I think Wise becomes a lot more viable because it can also
Ooh.
allow your initiators, especially when you're lacking the double initiator, it can ease some pressure off of your initiator. Since it has a flash
Yeah.
of its own that can go through the walls, that it can help you set up entries better for your duelists, especially with, if you're going the route of an info initiator, as you said, it could be a
Mhm.
SOA, and SOA provides a lot of value as an informationist. But
Mhm.
if you want somebody to set up your duelist, then the Wise is the way to go.
Absolutely, Vice, and definitely one of the more popular agents over on Lotus. You've probably run into a good chunk of
Yeah.
them in your days of grinding the Valorant ladder. But one of the other agents, alongside Breach and not being the hottest agent in the world, is going to be Brimstone. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think that Fracture is pretty good for him.
Yeah. Yeah, it most certainly is. Brimstone's ultimate, in particular, allows him to deny a lot of map control. Now, both of these sites, they are pretty open, but it's also that
Mhm.
they're sort of congested at the same time while being
Yeah.
open. So there's a lot of space within the site to walk on, but it's covered on the extremities of it pretty
Yes.
neatly.
Yes.
So the orbital strike allows for you to target a site area, or for the most of the site, very specifically, and deal a lot of damage and clear a lot of that space from within, displace a lot of these players, so you can clear it. Makes it that you have a lot less avenues to clear as you approach a site. Now that's
Mhm.
highly beneficial when you're trying to retake, when you're trying to deny a plant, or when you're just trying to keep some avenues clear. Make sure that you're denying as many entries as possible. Fracture, now we've talked about how it's viable for a breach courtesy of those alloys, particularly towards the A side, but it also has a lot more open gaps, like market, like the stairs
Mhm.
outside of B, that allow, like satellite, where you have small choke points for teams to enter in, but there are also very open spaces. So a breach combined with the brimstone, both of them being not so popular agents, can work hand in hand extremely
Yes.
well together to set up those sort of counter plays.
100%. And, obviously talking about unpopular agents, here we go. Perfect timing. Let's get into the agent select. One of the other agents I was hoping to bring up was actually Clove, because obviously in a tournament setting, oh, I mean, hey, you know what? We'll talk about the Clove a little bit later. Right now, all of our wishes are coming true with a Breach and a Brimstone locked in. And look at that, the Killjoy as well. It's
Yeah.
like they're listening to the stream. Either that or great minds think alike. One of the two.
Probably the latter, honestly. It's not
Yeah,
that I'm considering myself a great mind, but it's
I
just
do.
something that has that has universally worked. Well, it's my pleasure, but it's just something that has universally worked on a map like Fracture. It's been tried and tested. We have Nus. They aren't very sure. I do see a KG still being hovered. They haven't
Mhm.
locked it in just yet. Tejo would be a
Yeah.
very surprising pick, because it's like a lot of his kit is similar to Breach. It's Breach doesn't
Kind of,
damage as
yeah.
much, but Tejo covers a little less area, but also provides a lot of damage. So it's
Yes.
doing the job of
Mhm.
Brimstone and Breach in one, and they already have a Breach on board. So that's a lot
Ooh.
of AoE effects that they
Oh,
have on their
yeah.
side.
It's interesting that you bring up the Teo, because the way that I like to describe the Teo is it's kind of like a ranged breach, because obviously
Yeah.
breach's aftershock, definitely one of the scarier abilities in the game for clearing out corners. While Teo lacks a lot of the control that breach brings in the form of the concusses, he absolutely makes up for it by having like 6 aftershocks in his kit. And when you combine that with a movement duelist, you're essentially forcing the enemy to tank a salvo or walk right into a neon crosshair. So there's definitely a lot of lose-lose situations that Team Nuss can set up. That being said, Zenol Gaming, I do really like their comp that they set up, because the Fade Dog plus Satchel combo from the sky is definitely very, very deadly, because not only can you, walk up and concuss somebody, if no one's there, you clear like an entire corridor or even get an entire site to yourself. So it's definitely a very, very valuable for the side of Zenol Gaming.
Yeah, on the other end, both of these teams, they've opted to keep only one controller, so they'll stick to that Brimstone. It's a double initiator setup, which we did. I did say that was a little unlikely, but it still is viable, with Breach being one of the best player agents that you can play on such a map. But it's going to be Brimstone and KJ. That's the only similarity, that both the and the Breach, of course. So 3 agents similar. Their choices of duelist is a little different, but it's more, and according to this players, the agents that they've picked, the initiator, the second initiators, it makes a lot of sense. As you said, the Fox, it works very well with the satchels for the Rays, but the Taeho can clear out the angles beforehand, before the Neon even slides in with those six strikes of orbital, with those 6 orbital strikes. So both of these initiators and duelists work very well hand in hand. So it just is going to come down to the execution of things.
Absolutely. And one thing that Neon has been shining through, especially in this game, despite the nerfs, I do think that the Neon is going to find a lot of value, mainly because Raze's whole thing is chasing you down. With the satchels and showstoppers and the grenades, they want to keep you in place and just bet on the fact that the Raze is faster than you. Obviously, Neon can outrun a Raze any day of the week, and it's the same kind of thing with the Sky, because when you're using your birds or even your dogs, you're trying to chase someone down, but Fade can Neon can very easily avoid that, and even the Killjoy utility to some extent, right? The alarm bot only goes so fast. Timmy the turret only shoots that fast. So I feel like the Neon is very, very valuable here, because she can clear so much distance so fast, and it's not like a Raze satchel where they only get 2 charges per round. They have like an entire meter that they can burn through and even recharge with.
Yeah, as you said, Neon. I mean, Neon had its own era, quite literally, for a reason. And sure, you can nerf it down, but the nerf isn't as big a hit as Chamber got after his prime era. And I mean, I'm not sure if you recall, but Chamber had its own era. Yeah, with Optic Ye beaming quite literally everybody.
Yes.
And unfortunately for Ye, that was the end of his career at the top tier as well. But Neon hasn't had her end of career come in just yet, despite the nerfs. She's still very viable this time around, but now she isn't just self-reliant anymore. She needs somebody else to help her activate. But we see the Neon leading the charge in. They're going out aggressively in the pistol, the stun. It's beautiful, landing onto 2 people, but so is the counter util and shots. First blood drawn. Coming in from behind. The flashpoint from Breach, all the more better. They keep the numbers favorable, but it's come down to a 2v2.
I mean, talking about action, we spent 5 seconds into this match, and now everyone is dead aside from 2 players on Team Nuss and 1 player on Zenol Gaming, which I do believe Team Nuss doesn't expect where this player is. So they might be able to find a really solid flank angle as they creep towards this crossfire. Ooh, shot goes wide.
Placing sentry.
Can they place the turret?
I got the spike.
Creeping in the smoke. Wait a minute! That's going to be a free plant! They might have just secured it in all the carnage, walking over the bodies of their best friends and trying to destroy a turret on the way. I mean, I would assume they have to play in tube here. What do you think?
Spike planted.
I think an aggressive position might be beneficial. You try and get to 1 kill, time it right, and you walk away. Yeah, there you go. 1 kill found, you back off. And just try to keep yourself safe for as long as humanly possible without engaging. Waste as much time. Make the Staho desperate for this fight.
I mean, JJ, they certainly have to push up, because that spike is ticked down to probably about 20 seconds now, and they have no info to work with. But KJ, on the other hand, they could just sit here, just play tap, and they're A-okay, but they're actually going to swing, but they're too quick on the draw. Look at that. That is a beautiful 1v2 clutch to kick things off for Zenol Gaming.
Yeah, that was a chaotic beginning to the grand finals, and if that's a sign about how this series is going to go, then we may not get a lot of breathing room. This may be an interesting one, but Zenol Gaming off to a very risky but impressive start nonetheless. Now, of course, they're gonna have a much better Arsenal to work with in this round, so Team Ness, they'll honestly be happy with any scraps that they can find.
100%. And, you know, winning that round, obviously they do have the better buy here, but I do want to talk about how Team Nuss did manage to get a really solid crunch onto Team Nuss. If it wasn't for the flanking Killjoy, I do believe they would have lost that round because, anyway. This round is quite a lot slower than the other round, I will say, with no one dying so far. Everyone's just kind of poking and prodding, but I think if Zenol just pushes up, they will be able to get a free B side, and as I say that, a free double from Esmond.
I have the spike.
Yeah, just the kind of start that you would hope from Zenol in their situation. A free B side claimed as well. Team Nuss, they went for a gamble, stacked all 5 players towards an A, and unfortunately they just lost the gamble. So the spike's going to go down for free. Zenol should have a field day, essentially, trying to spot these 3 players down. They're not going to go out of their way to try and find them. They'll just let Team Nuss come to them, you know, make this battle favorable for them. Otherwise, it would not be very wise to, you know, try and give away these guns. But as the clock ticks down, Nuss, they'll eventually the desperation is gonna kick in, and they'll have to move. They cannot stick to these corners for long. But actually, Zenol taking the battle ahead. It's costed them a life already. Halfin ducked into a corner, cannot move anywhere, and he'll be denied the rifle. Last player alive is gonna be the breach. Nuss, they managed to pick up 2 on their way out, so a decent round from them anyway, given the situation. But Zenol are not going to be too mad about it either.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the buys, you know, like you're saying, still going in the favor of Zenol, but Team Nuss very happy to get any picks that they can. But heading into to this round, we're seeing a bit of a run it back of our very first round with a lot of players showing presence on this top side of the map. Probably looking for a B hit, but this time Team Nuss doesn't have any of the aggression that they showed on disc like before, so the crunch is definitely not going to be in the cards for now.
Likely not. It may just be a fast play. I mean, their arsenal, sure, is weaker, but it's still very much manageable. 4 rifles across the board, a couple of them being Guardians. Now the pressure being applied, sight left open. It seems like Nuss would prefer to go for a 5-on-5 retake. KJ Util completely dispensed already, and that's a nice peek. First blood drawn, gongs out of the equation, a trade's present, but the spike's gonna go down without any hindrance.
No, not quite, but look at this flank that the Neon's setting up. Never mind, Abby, the breach is going to shut it down right away. Can they find the double kill? Only 3 bullets to work with, and the action's just not stopping. They do manage to pick it up, and now it's just chaos once again. Team Nuss, only 2 players left, and Zenol Gaming considered very pretty as Brimstone swings the numbers more in their favor.
Still a 2 versus 3. They're going to have to clear out a lot of these angles, and they don't have a lot of time to work with. Clock sticking down. It may just have to be a call for a save. Yeah, they're retreating. They cannot fight this any longer. Zenol Gaming picking up their 3rd round quite convincingly as well. Not going to be able to pick up any weapon upgrades, but at least they get out with 3 lives. A nice little financial boost for them here as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And again, credit to Team Nuss. Even though they weren't able to find it, they did take a couple guns out of the hands of Zenol Gaming. Does it matter that much because of the credits they built up? Not so much. But does it feel good? Absolutely. And you know what? As long as they can get ult points, you know, like we've been saying before this game started, that orbital laser from the Brimstone definitely going to be very handy when it comes to these site executes. As Zenol Gaming, they love to group up, so they're going to have to respect this they're going to have to respect this Brim ult very, very much.
Yeah, they're gonna keep sticking to their strategy for the B side here yet again, but now knows they have a lot more presence here. 4 players already, 1 spotted, and Teho walks into his own death practically. A KJ lockdown already utilized from Zenol to try and enter the ultimates that we mentioned already coming into the play. It's not the orbital, quite the orbital strike with Conquer looking to deny. It was only good for 1. Eventually gets detained and picked off. Numbers still all tied up. Good pick from Yangtze there. Spike's getting planted, the pushes in. Fast goes the Neon, but the pace isn't going to be enough. They need to find damage. So far, there has been none. A teammate lost as well. A 2 versus 3, favorable for Zenol. Spike finally goes down, took them a wide, and with Ganzen dead, this should be an easy last pick. Zenol, flawless so far.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Brimstone caught between a rock, a hard place, and 16 people aiming at him at the same time, as he is unfortunately not able to get a bit of a ninja defuse going. Definitely a rough start for Team Nuss, but that is actually going to warrant a timeout if my eyes do not deceive me.
Yeah.
which maybe they are going to be talking about the strategies, or maybe they are just trying to get a bit of a break, because let's be honest, man, when you're gaming at a time like this, and with so much on the line, you're going to be needing a stack. And it's a really good thing that Elixir Esports is sponsoring this tournament, because guess what? They have order in Szechuan boiled beef rice, chili oil noodles, local snacks, and even signature drinks like the Elixir milk, and of course their oat milk shakers. All of it sounds delicious, and it is just what you need when you need to get back into the zone for gaming. And you know what, Inflict, what would you usually eat when you're grinding Valorant?
I don't know. I want to try all of those now. You've made me hungry, Gareth.
Yeah.
Now my stomach just growled. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even doing it for the bit. My stomach actually growled after
Hey
hearing
man,
all those names.
I don't blame you. I'm a bit of a spice fiend myself, so those chili oil noodles would absolutely be going over to me. Although how are you with spice? Do you like spicy food?
I'm not good with it, but I'm not bad either. If a
I see.
mild spice I can handle, but anything beyond that, I'll start crying
I see.
through my nose.
Well, I feel like this gameplay is pretty spicy, because
Yeah.
Team Nuss, it looks like they might be crying just a little bit, as this half is just not going in their favor. But they do have 2 points off of that Rolling Thunder, which, as we were talking about before, we know for a fact that Zeno likes to group up.
Yeah, this time around, more presence towards the upper side. Ganzen forced back. It's just the Sheriffs for the most part on the side of Team Nuz, and one of them's already taken out. And Ganzen now eliminated is going to force Nuz to back off. They cannot keep challenging this anymore. They don't have their duelist. When they're getting picked apart one after the other like dominoes. Alphen does deliver one headshot, but they're going to need a lot more where that came from to convert this round. It's already not looking very likely. Alphen, he's going to stick around within the
One
smoke to
enemy
try and
remaining.
catch somebody off guard, but he'll just get sprayed down through the smoke. Good read from the breach, and that's going to leave Kong all on his own on an island, left to deal with 4.
Yeah, all they could do at this point is just go and grab a free ulti orb, because
planted.
that's about all they could do. But they are going to opt to try to make something happen. They do have a Sheriff. It's not the best gun in the game for retakes, but it can certainly do some damage. And at this point, I think you just need all points and damage.
Spotted, they know exactly where he is,
Yep.
and so a nice high-low setup to guarantee the frag. Asmon will finish him off, and honestly, Asmon is off to a hot start alongside that breach. Both of them collectively having 13 frags. We're only 5 rounds in. The breach 7 kills, 1 death. Asmon 6 frags. That's exactly the kind of performance you want to see from your duelist.
Absolutely. And again, like, the Neon is playing the matchup absolutely amazing, because as we're seeing, the Neon is really not running out of steam. Usually you want to take a break in between the Neon executes because of how fast you have to move the mouse, but with such good hardware, I feel like you just don't need that. You could just completely unlock yourself, and look at the space that he's taking. Bit of a funny angle from the KJ. I've never seen that before. And it's actually, wait, the trigger discipline is so good. Oh my goodness! Oh my gosh, they're going nuclear.
Sky's gotten another one on site, and now the full flank. Well, it's not so full anymore. Only 2 players left alive. Closer angle does get cleared. Ganzen finally getting his first frag besides that movement. But Alphen, honestly, buddy, you have to go back. You cannot take this fight. He engages, now peeked out, and flashpoint right at his face. The aftershock to follow that up. There's everything being thrown at that man, and now he'll have to, well, walk back into his grave. 6-0 Zenol Gaming. Honestly, they're looking so phenomenal so far, and as you said, the Neon putting no brakes on their movement. Unfortunately, they're not getting any frags out of that movement. They're not converting any real value out of it, so they're gonna need to put that to util and put those hardware to good use. Otherwise, Team This doesn't look like they stand much of a chance on Fracture.
That is very, very true, but at the same time, I feel like if there is a round to go crazy, it is this round. Although maybe they do want to wait for next round when they have some more money. But at this point, Team Nuss has they have a lot of ultimates to play with, so I feel like they want to start using them now. Otherwise, the ult cycle is not going to be that good. But it's a bit of a quieter round to open things up. No one's died quite yet.
Yeah, and for the most part, it is so because Zeno aren't exactly being very aggressive. The Team Nuz, they have tried to, take the battle to Zeno at the beginning of the rounds to set up those long flanks, as like we saw in the last round. But now that they don't have guns, they can't exactly be as proactive anymore. And Zeno, they're doing their due diligence as well. So both of these teams having a bit of a pace change. One of the probably the most slowest round of Fracture as of yet. But the Tejo We're getting a lot of information here. Sky holding the spike, leading the charge into the side. He is going to call for some backup. You see immediately the breach and the brimstone rotating,
Oh,
and
look at
the
KJs.
KJ. They have a face off, and Kong. Yeah, he's never winning that battle, so he'll back off safely. Oh, that's good util. Fault line combined with those missiles coming in, and that's granted them the first frag. It's the biggest one possible. A fault line has an insurance policy, but there's
Oh my
one
goodness.
retaliation combined with the orbital strike, and it's granted Nus another frag.
But I mean, look at that satchel. It just saved absolutely everyone. They're going to try to commit the overdrive, but it's not enough for the Outlaws. It rips through the Neon's base, and now this retake, it's just going to be, it's just a slaughter as everyone from Nuss is just dropping like flies. And Zenol, again, even through all those ultimates, and even a beautiful combination of the Rolling Thunder and Orbital Strike, it was just not enough to shake this team.
Yeah, that was a very close call, honestly. You lose the first player, your Sky, who had the spike right in front of the site. You're cut off by the smoke, so the first thought is yes, we have to use the fault line. But no, they retaliate right back, combined with the orbital strike. Thankfully, most of them have enough space within the main alley that they get into corners and stay safe from the orbital strike. But had the orbital strike been positioned a little bit better, that could have been lethal for Zenol.
Oh yeah. But, I mean, with this, with not enough ultis to play with, they are going to have to just try to take this one with their guns. And as it stands right now, oh, that's going to be a little bit harder, as managing to scrape together an operator is proving to be a good investment, as Team Nuss finds a very needed kill right off the bat, but the map is still quiet.
Launching missile.
Missiles and Pain Shell traded. Positioning retained, and Kansan puts his team off to a good start. Zenol, with now a two-man disadvantage, they're gonna have to decide where to go. Nuz, they've left the KJ all by themselves for the time being, but Brimstone rotating in, and it seems like the breach may as well. Timing though could be everything. The Nanoswarm eliminated, and oh no, no exits allowed. Kimchi mentality fallen. The only two behind. Kong to be challenged next. Both of the players spotted, and Kong, he's just pulling them back towards the side. He's lost his life, but Kansan's there as an insurance policy, and they'll finish him off.
But look at this, Team Nuss. Something must have happened. They must have got that boiled beef rice, because that was absolutely insane from them. You know, it all started with that Neon holding the operator, because Zenol, for so much of this game, they've been completely chill, just running it down onto a site. They're like, hey, that's fine. We know for a fact that Team Nuss has worse weapons. We could just buy full shields and run over there with Vandals, and we'll be A-okay. Throw some Mutil in there, and we'll absolutely stomp them. But they just did not expect the operator, or they just didn't respect it enough. And now, with their first loss in this half, is that going to be, you know, stopping their momentum completely? I can't say. They do have a showstopper online to try to find this operator, but they do have to respect now that they know its power.
Kansan, he's given away his location. Oh no, Kong turned a little bit too early before the smoke hadn't kicked in. And so, Kimchi mentality finding their counterpart already. Asmon leading the charge in. How do you get that? Kansan oversteps and gets punished. Spike now gonna go down, and that's a massive frag. Operator out of the equation.
Yeah.
And Nuz alive with just 3.
Oh, I mean, the mile away showstopper is certainly going to be powerful, but Team Nuss kind of holding their own here. A 2v4, not the worst that they've dealt with. Managed to make it to 2v3. So if they double swing here, oh, that's going to probably be the nail in the coffin, though, as Zenol Gaming once again finding their footing in these tense situations.
They are very firmly in the driver's seat. Kansan proved to be a challenge with that operator, and they deal with him quite swiftly as well. Their answer back was to play from the other angle, move in very aggressively, make sure that you put the Neon in a state where they have to reposition, and not comfortably as well. Of course, it's going to be awkward to try and reset within the site to try and hold on, and so that is going to be their key to victory whenever they struggle. But right now, the purchase not exactly good for us, so they stack the B side. Unfortunately, they're not going to be greeted by anything. Zenol going in for a fast play towards A.
Okay. I mean, the execute is there, but it looks like Team Nuss gamble stacked the wrong side, as everyone's making a mad dash towards this A site. But they do have to be careful of this drop because of how much map space Zenol Gaming has been able to create.
Lockdown coming in, but not before the spikes planted. They can play from afar, and Lockdown's destroyed. Oh, that's
wait a minute,
beautiful.
oh, that's a beautiful Teo ulti. It's going to be dealing a lot of damage if they're not careful. And I mean, look at that. Not quite able to find any kills, but definitely going to be a lot of chip damage, forcing everybody on underneath the site. The aftershock going to be coming out, going to force them into a really bad situation. Black coming out too, and they're dropping like flies once again. Team Nuss able to find their footing, and now it's just a matter of can you push the KJ and the Brimstone. The Neon is going to be doing a phenomenal job, maybe even going for the knife kill. Look at that! Doesn't manage to secure it, but that was still an insane amount of courage from Team Nuss. Able to punch back, doubling their round wins so far.
That was a great combination of Teho and Breach Util that we saw in the retake. Quite literally played to perfection from Nuz. I mean, they didn't miss their sheriff shots. The positioning on each of those Util that fell down within the site was perfect. Just to force Yanzi into an... Sorry, not Yanzi, but the Breach on Zenol's side into an awkward spot. And that's the exact kind of entry that they needed. And Ganzen showing up with those two massive headshots. Just the kind of recovery that they need, but they need to make it a little bit more consistent. They need to do the same thing with the rifle rounds as well.
Yeah, the rifle rounds definitely is some of the most important things in the game, but we see yet again the Neon back on the operator. Another incorrect gamble stack though, so maybe this is going to be detrimental for Nuss, but it's actually a call to cut noise.
Yeah, the Rays doing some investigation with the boom bot, but they're gonna move fast into the site, not having been challenged so far towards A. It's a fast rotate coming in, but this time around, Nus, they don't have that Teho ultimate, nor do they have the Breach ult, I believe, online. They're still 2 ult points away from that, so it's not going to be as easy a retake. The closest one is Kansan, but he needs to find a frag before he can launch that overdrive. So, Nus, they're stacking outside of the site, trying to time this approach correctly. Kansan, first one to peek with the operator wide out. Molly down at main. And it's a fault line from Zenol to kick things off, keeping them at bay as clock ticks down. And the peeks out from Zenol. They've managed to pick up the first couple. Nus now in a much more awkward spot. They're just getting headshotted left, right, and center. No success secured for Nus. And well, Alphan, he's just gonna have to walk away, try and keep his life and keep his gun on his way out, but I'm not sure if he'll be allowed to.
Oh no. Wait, actually, it's able to take one. Not horrendous, but Zenol Gaming, like you've been saying, that was a phenomenal execute by them and an amazing post-play situation as well, because even though they were clustered up, which is mainly where Team Nuss's team comp should shine, they should excel at decimating teams that are bunched up together. Zenol Gaming took the space very, very well, you know, isolated those 1v1s, and it just turned into crossfire after crossfire, leading to Team Nuss getting snuffed out.
Last round of the half, Zenol Gaming, but potentially could hit double digits right off the bat, and this is a grand finals. This is not the kind of performance you would want to see from a team that has made it into the grand finals, of course, but they go out fast. This time around, Overdrive leading the charge and immediately shut down. It's the Breach yet again coming into the mix to put the numbers in their favor. Esmond following up, and Nus, their flank situation once again has completely fallen apart. Kong all on his own, peeking into 2-1 headshot found. And now he's going to try and retract, hold on to this side for as long as possible while backup arrives, because they're going to have to re-move down to their spawn. And with Gong fallen, this retake becomes all the more impossible.
I mean, that was a beautiful shot from Zenol's Killjoy, just absolutely diffing Team Nuss. But now, I mean, it's still doable. You have a full set of utility from the side of Brimstone and Teo. And wait a minute, they might not be expecting it. And they they almost even out the numbers. But that showstopper, yet again, another one from downtown is going to snipe away the Teo. And now in a 1v3, what can you do aside from die to Esmond, who is going to be able to win that last round and a half? The orbital strike going to be coming in. Sky, get out of there.
Oh, well, they got out just not by walking, but moving into the next half. A dominant one, might I add, from Zenol Gaming. I believe this is their map choice, so it makes a lot of sense. But it also plays back into what I said at the beginning of map vetoes. You know, Fracture, one of the maps that can be a lot more lopsided compared to the rest of them. Since a lot of these individuals, they're not as comfortable on it. It hasn't been in the map pool as long as some of these other maps have, so not a lot of, not every player is well versed at it at a competitive level. So the teams that specialize on it, they perform really well, and I think that's exactly what's happening right now. Zenol Gaming right now having a field day, and Nus haven't been able to put up a challenge.
Yeah, I definitely don't think you're too far off with that statement, but now that we have switched sides, we'll see if their strategies switch as well, as Team Nuss going to be on the aggression this time.
Flash out, that's some information relayed over, and oh no, Sky spots the lot of them, somehow manages to get out alive, and it's a crossfire. A nice little bait and switch, Adept another dink there, but it wasn't fatal. Leo retaliating with 2 kills. Timing is not good on that peak, and Alphen surprisingly 2 amazing shots, but he's stunned. Gong joining in, last alive, but Gong getting the remaining 2 headshots to close out the pistol for Nose.
I mean, look at that yet again. Nuss able to punch back. Maybe their attack half is gonna be their better half. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I do want to point out the Neon execute, because even though they didn't check the corners and they lost a couple people in the very early seconds of that round, the Neon was very easily able to run circles around the defenders of Zenol and just kind of, you know, outmaneuver them, hit some nice shots, and set up for their team, rocketing them right up to not quite top fragging, but just underneath.
Now it's a buy round for Zenol. Sorry, for Nuz. Zenol, they're broke.
Yeah.
Well, they have bandits at best. So they go for a stag. Unfortunately, it seems like they may have lost the ammo. Hold on, Nuz haven't decided where they want to go just yet. They're waiting to see if Zenol provide them with an opportunity to push by pushing themselves, but that's just not going to happen. Zenol a lot more patient with their eco round, so this may drag along for quite a while before we see any action. The Sky Sparrow should convince Nus to move a little more towards the B site here, as it's confirmed some presence towards A, but Nus not decided just yet. They're still taking their sweet time with this.
I mean, honestly, I feel like that is what you need, because I feel like both of these teams have been conditioned to just expect the aggression, because we've seen so many of these rounds that have just gone so fast and just ended bloodbaths. So at this point, if you slow it down, maybe it is going to catch them off guard. And look at this space from the Neon, actually able to go pretty much uncontested. Oh, not quite winning the pistol battle.
30 seconds left.
And now that's a rifle relayed over. Sure, it's only a Marshall, but that could come in really handy. I mean, it's an upgrade that you've been granted for practically free, not even any damage sustained for that. Spike is going to go down. Molly not landing perfectly, and a Nanostorm to follow it up, but no, it's honestly, this should in theory have been an easy round, but Zenol is starting to make it a little more possible. Still only 3 pistols for them, but the KJ has walked into the side. The Marshal overlooking them is now gone, evaporated in thin air, and the peak's going out. It's a one-on-one trade yet again, and the clock's ticking down. Sasuke last alive in a 1v2, and they're going up close. This is a more favorable engagement, but there's just not enough time. The round should be done and dusted right here. If you can hit the shots. Okay, there you go, Alpha. Joins the battle, finishes things off eventually. Took them a while, but they got there.
100%. I mean, Team Nus, I mean, like we have been saying the past couple of rounds, they're doing very well in this second half here. Definitely have some of those oat shakes in their systems, because otherwise they would not be hitting all these amazing shots. And yeah, huge shout out to Elixir Esports for making all those specialty drinks and their specialty foods, because without it, I mean, I know for a fact I would not be playing like this. But coming into this next round here, full buy versus full buy. So we'll see how Zenol handles themselves, and we'll see if they can get a little bit more momentum back.
Push out fast from Nose, and Ganzen, not the kind of start that you want to have as the duelist. Sasuke at 3K, looking for the fourth, and it's going to be a Mince coming in with the breach to clean things up. A fast round from Zenol to get this 11th.
I mean, I was talking about Zenol finding their momentum back. I think that was proof that they just, you know, they found their groove there, absolutely dismantling the aggression from Team Nus, being able to shut down basically 4 members in the span of like 5 seconds. Were able to, yeah, just completely mow down whatever offense had it. And heading into this one, obviously Team Nus not feeling the best about that one, but they are able to still full buy once again. But if they lose this round, I think it's very reasonable to say that Zenol has this one in the bag.
Missile deployed.
Yeah, they're not going to have any finances left over if they lose. So this is essentially a do-or-die moment. You're very right about that. Ganzen once again leading the charge, and once again immediately found teammates falling as well. Kong has found some success, but he's going to need assistance. Spike yet to be planted. 2 versus 3. No ultimates available, thankfully, for Zenol. But Ooh, this is risky.
One enemy
Smokes faded at the wrong time, and now Alphen left to defend all on his own. He's been spotted, and a high-low peak coming in for the breach to finish things off. Zenol on map point.
Yeah, a serious point as well, almost being able to take map number 1 in quite a convincing fashion. Obviously, Team Nuss does not have a lot going on in terms of the economy. Oh, they will have to get whatever hero rifles they can afford, because this is potentially the last round in the game. They do have Conk's ultimate, which could help them out. A couple points away from the Rolling Thunder, and only 1 point away from that Orbital Strike. So they do actually have the ult point advantage, but on the other side, Zenol Gaming, they do have some heaters saved up as well. 1 point off of their Orbital Strike, which, as we've seen before, is very, very deadly.
Burgess, not the most pristine out of Nuss. Oh, it's a fast push. Esmond looking to put an end to things very fast. Another spray down deals a lot of damage.
Oh, wait.
Onto one of the players of Nuss. And well, 5 versus 4. Their smoke has cut them off. Nuss with no real estate to their name are gonna have to clear out every single angle. That should deplete a lot of their time as well.
Should, and with the Teo being gone, that is a lot of scans that have been taken off of your team. That was your only that was your only recon. So they will have to play this a little bit slower. Cabbages are ripped, which is going to make this a little bit easier, but Neon seeing what they can find with a judge and 2, but it's not enough for Adept. Yancey able to take 1 for himself, and now that Orbital Strike coming in hot once again, but there's a little bit of a cummy, and they use it, but they get the kill anyways. There's no way.
Naxi oversteps, and he's been found. Sasuke misses a few of his shots, but it will make up for it eventually. And Alphen, he's been in this situation way too many times, and I'm pretty sure he's starting to hate it here. Another 1v3 asked, and another time that he couldn't deliver. Unfortunately, Zenol, an extremely convincing and dominant victory on map number 1 in this grand finals, 13-4. Not the kind of start that I anticipated from the grand finals, but I'm not complaining, honestly. If that's the kind of shots and strategy that I'm going to see out of Zenol, I'm all up for it.
100%, man. Maybe they're just warming up. Like yourself, you just gotta get into the zone, and their perfectly ergonomic chairs are gonna help you do that. Because man, oh man, there's nothing like sitting in a nice, comfy chair. You just sink down, and then you can just focus solely on the game. So I think once they get used to being in the facility, because a cool little note here is all the players in this game today are the first people in their newest facility at Clark Key. But I'll stop rambling about the cafe and start rambling about all these stats, because Inflict, I don't know if you remember, but we got to pick an MVP at the end of this tournament to receive an extra $300. So taking a look at these stats, who do you think you're going to nominate?
I mean, the obvious choice is Esmond, so I'm pretty sure both of our mind goes there. But I'll give you something else as well. I would actually love to nominate the Breach, not because I love the Breach solely, not because of that reason. I mean, I may have a little bit of a bias there, but look at his assists. He has 16 kills, just 2 less than Esmond, and 13 assists. He was setting up Esmond for success, left, right, and center. He was opening up those opportunities on every side, on every defense that the Zenol were going, and he just made sure that everything was in pristine condition when Zenol were deciding to peak somebody.
And it's not just Esmond as well, because as we've seen a few times during that game, Zenol Gaming's Breach, they were definitely going berserk with those amazing Rolling Thunders, being able to clear the entirety of sight, so that not just the race can get inserted. Now you also insert the Sky that has an extra dog to clear even more of the site, and of course the Killjoy. Usually you don't really expect a Sentinel to have a lot of kills, but they had 14 to their name. They were pulling out the Outlaw because they were like, you know what, Breach, you got me. You could cover all of these lanes as easy as pie, and I could just go off and snipe people. And again, it was the Breach that enabled so many of these plays to actually go their way. So yeah, if not for Esmond having the courage to push up literally every single time, no matter what, I would also say I would give it to the Breach, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it's only map 1, so we haven't decided yet. If the Breach has a better map 2, then or map 3, if we go there. Wink, wink, Nuss, please perform that. I want a map 3. Yeah, get us there. But honestly, you have to give Alphen some credit as well. He's the Brimstone, but leading the charge for Team Nus. So there's potential over there as well. If Nus they can somehow turn things around, and hopefully they will. We have a bit of like a 10-minute break between the maps, of course, here, so that they can walk around the facility, as you said. They can
Oh,
get some
yeah.
food, they can get some nice chillers there, chiller drinks there, and relax a little bit, calm their brains down, reset mentally, and get back into game, get back into action afterwards. So hopefully that helps them down a little bit and make things easier in moving into map 2. So Alphen, on that side, I think he's going to be my contender. Kansan, he had a few nice
Okay.
moments, but unfortunately
Yeah.
not consistent at all. I mean, not to sugar. I don't like to sugarcoat things, but I expected better from Kansan. We've talked about how Neon can dominate a game,
Oh,
how
yeah.
fast they can be. Practically defeating the purpose of Raze entirely and KG simultaneously,
Yes.
but to
Yes.
not be able to convert any value out of that pacing, it's just not something that you want to see out of your Neon.
Definitely not. But before we do throw off to a break, we really quick just want to give another big shout out to Elixir Esports for putting on the Elixir Cup 2026, which is what you're watching right here, right now. But definitely make sure you stay in the loop and follow ElixirEsports.sg on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook, so you're the first to know whenever another Slammer tournament like this gets launched. And of course, we'll be talking a lot about it a little bit later on in the broadcast. But we do want to congratulate all of the amazing staff and production that went into the Clark Key location for Elixir Esports, because their newest gaming cafe is now open again, a Clark Key inside that Super Bowl rather. And these players that you're going to be seeing on stream today are the first players to see that and experience all of the top of the line hardware. So definitely keep an eye out, because once it is open to the public, you're definitely going to be you're definitely going to want to be one of the first players inside those pearly doors. But until then, I think we're going to be taking a break. So make sure you get some water, maybe some oat shakes, and we'll see you back in just a few minutes.
Hate it when my doubts and my fears swell up like the ocean. It feels like I could drown in my tears. Everything's overflowing. Scared that I won't get it right, get it right. My nerves are working overtime. Tell myself to calm down and breathe. Step out of the shadows into the fire. Don't be afraid to go out on a wire. Live in the moment, turn it up louder. This is what you're made for. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be F-E-A-R-L-E-S-S. Fearless. Once I get in and I put it in try, ain't no more stopping me, don't even try. Controlling the chaos, controlling the vibe. Yeah. These are the shots that you don't take. You'll never be heard if you don't say. Just gotta get out your own way. You can't learn to fly on your own if you don't let go. Step out of the shadows into the fire. Don't be afraid to go out on a wire. Live in the moment, turn it up louder. This is what you're made for. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be F-E-A-R-L-E-S-S. Fearless.
Did you wait too long? Tell him that you love him, but he's already gone, darling. Did you make two wrongs? Know that daddy never made a right before, darling. You were never made to be the judge, darling. You never changed, just wait for me to budge, darling. It's feeling like a cold dog winning, the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to eat, yeah. It's feeling like a cold dog winning, the sun sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave. One day I'll be everything you ever wanted. Until then I'll be out here fighting like it's nothing. Through the cold dark winter. Did you say goodbye, knowing damn well everybody gon' die someday? Did you waste my time, knowing damn well we can press rewind? One day I'll be everything you ever wanted. Until then I'll be out here fighting like it's nothing. Through the cold dark winter. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave. Yeah. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave. One day I'll be everything you ever wanted. Until then I'll be out here fighting like it's nothing. Through the cold dark winter. It's feeling like a cold dark winter. It's feeling like a cold dark winter. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave. Yeah. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave. Yeah. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave.
What can you say when love goes away that hasn't been said before? I have no rhyme that's different this time. There's no words to sing anymore. I haven't a clue why you went away. I only know you are gone. And I sit alone, my heart by the phone. And so I just listen to rain as it falls to the ground and washes the day away. Nothing to show and no place to go. So here in my room I stay. I don't know that I could forget you, no matter how hard I try. I'm all alone and honestly I don't know why. Just listen to rain as it falls to the ground and washes the day away. Nothing to show and no place to go. So here in my room I stay. I don't know that I could forget you, no matter
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Elixir Cup 2026. You're going to be joined by Gareth and Inflict. Man, oh man, we saw a pretty crazy game one. Very, very dominant, might I add, from Zenol Gaming, being able to triumph over their oppositions on that Fracture game. We saw a shred of hope once we did switch sides with the opposing team managing to swing back a couple rounds, but in the end, Zenol Gaming used their momentum and just steamrolled their opposition. But now heading into this next map, Inflict, I do believe this is going to be a Haven game, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I think it's split, but you know
That's
what?
right.
Close
No, it is
enough.
split.
Yeah,
No, it is split. Yeah.
close enough. Both
You
of
are
them,
correct.
both of them are. Doesn't matter, you know. Let's talk about the game because Zelon extremely dominant on map one already. I mean, the real question
Mhm.
arises right now is whether we think Nuz can mount a comeback or not. We know for a fact that they've eaten food. We've gotten the
Yes.
confirmation. So
Yes.
that definitely helps. You know, when I'm nervous, I like to eat some good food, you know, and it
Right.
calms me down, makes me feel absolutely amazing. So I wonder if they have entirely mentally set up, and well, they're not the only ones with the luxury. Both of these teams are present at the venue, so
Oh,
they
yeah.
both got the same meal. So both of them technically got the same upgrades here with that
Yeah.
awesome food that they were able to get from the store there and the drinks. Question arises whether
Oh,
or
yeah.
not Nus can mount a comeback because this is not going to be an easy beginning with Zenol starting on
No.
the defense side. That's a lot
Mhm.
more favorable for Split. Zenol have a good chance to mount up a great lead to kick things off.
Absolutely. And in terms of the picks that we see on Split, obviously the Fade and the Viper comes to mind. But how do you
Yeah.
feel about the Astras on Split?
The Astra, I think, is great for executions. In fact, it's a bit of an underrated pick. We do see it picked out
Yeah.
quite often, actually. Still, like, not as popular, but it's not something that's entirely uncommon as well. I've seen teams go for an Astra plus Viper pick, which is, I think, the most dominant sort of a controller setup that you can have on this map, quite honestly. You know, that
I see.
particularly that Cosmic Divide, it can split up that whole B site open so cleanly that you have just the
Mhm, mhm.
perfect angle to plant and get out all the way back into garage and have it set up for the other team to try and retake the site without you ever needing to send another player back in the site ever.
Absolutely. And it's funny that you mentioned that she is underrated because I think so as well. For how strong of a kit she is and having global presence, we really don't see her
Yeah.
a whole lot. So maybe these teams are going to be on the same wavelength as me. But before we do get into all of these amazing matches today, we have to give a big shout out and a big fist bump to everyone over at Elixir Esports for putting together this amazing Elixir Cup 2026, and of course, for their grand opening at the Clark Key location, and as well as a big prize pool. But we'll get to that really, really soon because at this Clark Key location, as well as every single other of their locations, the Elixir Esports team has built an amazing set of gaming cafes that are sporting some of the best hardware in Singapore right here, right now. 7800 X3D CPUs, as well as 5070 graphics cards. And as if that wasn't enough, they have all kinds of flexible booking options for all your gaming needs. If you're a small streamer, you can absolutely book out one of their solo rooms and stream your Kick and or Twitch from from the location itself. If you have a duo, you could book off a couple's room for as long as you need. And if you have a full 5-stack, don't even worry. They've got you covered there too. And even if you're not there to play a lot of video games, they have pool tables and even Pokemon card booster packs available at all of their locations. So even if you're trying to take a break from the keyboard and just grab some grub and play with your friends casually, you can absolutely do that. But now let's take a look at this prize pool because as you can see, we got a big bunch of money on the line with the champions receiving $2,000. The runners-up going to be getting $1,000. And of course, third place going to be grabbing that $500 check. But the most important one is this MVP award, which Inflicted and myself are going to be picking ourselves. So definitely stay around so that you see who gets that extra big bag of money. Obviously, we have some names in our heads right now. Inflict,
Yeah.
do you want to say who your nomination could be?
Honestly, I think I like that breach from the side of Zenol Gaming. I'm not sure how to pronounce their name. It was written in a language that I'm not familiar with. But that breach, I think, has to be my favorite contender for their stats. I mean, we could argue that Esmond was a little more, a little better in terms of statistics, having more kills. But when you combine the assists and the value that the breach provided overall to the team, I think he's a pretty strong contender.
Absolutely. I do want to give attention to the Brimstone actually on the opposing team, mainly because even though they didn't win, they did set up a lot of stuff for their team because like we were saying before, just before we went on break, the Neon was definitely a very strong pick. We were hoping to see it shine a little bit more, but it didn't quite find enough mileage. But despite that, and despite Zenol Gaming building a colossal lead, the Brimstone did manage to keep a cool head, smoke the right spots, and hit some very nice mollies. So I think I would have to put them slightly above the breach. As much as I love the breach and as well as they played, I do really respect the Brimstone player for again keeping their cool head despite all the odds.
Yeah, and despite all, against the odds are what Nus are going to be facing in this map as well. I mean, they're starting on the attack side. It's not favorable at all on split, quite honestly. We've
Not
seen
quite.
9-3 halves being extremely common in favor of those defense sides. And Zenol coming off of such a hot victory, all of the momentum in their favor. They could have a strong start on the defense here yet again, and they could just snowball that into something so enormous that it's too difficult for Nus to possibly mount a comeback. They're certainly going to need Kansas to come out alive, though. That attack side, they need to win at least 4 to 5 rounds for this to look contested, for this to look like a challenge for Zenol Gaming. And if their duelist is absent on the split attack side, then I don't like their chances, honestly.
Well, you know what? That is certainly something to think about. But one thing I did want to mention is that on map number 1, Nuss started off on defense, and as we've seen very, very clearly on map number 1, Zenol Gaming really, really loves to play aggressive. So maybe putting them on defense first is the play, because especially on something like Split, a map where you have to sit back, I think that Team Nuss is maybe cooking up a strategy where they want to play to trap Zenol Gaming and find these picks and just catch them being aggressive. Omen's definitely definitely able to find a lot of aggressive angles on this map, and even the sky allows you to kind of do that with the dog clearing, either mid or even a long. So there's a lot of ways that Zenol Gaming can get aggressive, and with the comp that Team Nuss has drafted, I do think that they have a pretty solid chance at trapping people and probably flushing them out from these aggressive angles.
Yeah, I think their whole game plan revolves around having the double duelist and both of them being extremely fast as well. You see the Raze and you see the Jet. Both of them are dive sort of duelists, right? You send them in and they do not have a lot of util behind. They do have a good amount of util, considering the paranoia, considering the wipe wall. As you said, they can find those angles, but it's going to come a lot down to those two players, those two duelists, to convert those skills. Again, that is sort of my complaint from Kansan already, but they're not going to have as many flashes available as you got with the as many clearances available as you got with the Teho and Breach, being both of them on your side. Now you only have the singular paranoia, you have the couple of flashes from the sky, so it's not going to be as easy. But JJ, he was getting some impressive kills and impressive shots as the Teho. Now being on the duelist, maybe that enables him to be aggressive a little bit more.
Potentially, and you know what? There is certainly a lot of setup for this double duelist comp, but of course, I do think that Zenol Gaming sees the power in it as well, because they are also going to be locking it in with a Raze Jet of their own, and in fact, we are going to be seeing a complete mirror comp. So that's definitely going to be interesting, and this is one of the beta comps out there. We've seen this comp pretty much since day one, and with how refined this comp has become, I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see a lot of cool new technology. So make sure you stick around. But hey, if you are new to the stream, first of all, welcome to the Elixir Cup 2026, but also make sure that you are going to be following ElixirEsports.sg on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok for all the amazing stuff, as well as all the amazing content about their newest gaming facility on Clark Key, because you're definitely not going to want to miss that one. We've been talking about it a bunch this stream, but we just got to talk about it again with their amazing setups. Their 5070 graphics cards, that is worth more than my entire computer right here, right now. So if you're not gaming on that one, you're making a mistake. And as you're collecting RR by gaming on their machines, you can also collect Pokemon cards, because at each and every single one of their locations, they are now offering Pokemon booster packs, which, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a lot of scalpers nowadays, and getting those bad boys can be pretty tough. So you can always swing by your nearest Elixir Esports gaming cafe and pick up a pack on your way out, just for some extra gaming fun. But back into this match, obviously, like we've been saying, this is a very, very practice team comp from both of these sides. I do wonder, where do you think Zenol is going to be playing usually?
Honestly, again, as you said, we they do tend to be a lot more aggressive. So I think they may actually be the first aggressors in a few of these rounds. I think their playstyle may just be the kind where they try to get the first blood and then just keep a hold of that man advantage, make the situation as terrible for Nus as possible before Nus even try to engage and make their move towards a site. And while they're investigating, I think Zenol are going to look for that opportunity to get a frag and walk away scot free. That is going to be their key to success. But of course, they had a lot of things going right for them. I have just gotten to know that the jet right now locked in for Zenol, that is going to be the breach, of course, from the last map, is named 12. So that's what I'm going to refer to him as moving on forward. So 12 now being on the jet as well has great potential to be activated as well. So the double initiator has converted into double duelist for both of these teams. And the duelists, both of them right now for Zenol, played impressive on map number 1. I'm looking forward to seeing them continue that rhythm.
Absolutely. And starting off this one, they do have a pretty solid site execute with a relatively easy spike plant. No one's lost yet. They did burn some util, but that's really about it.
Paranoia leading the charge back in. A kill already found. Nus in a 4v5. A crossfire. It's looking pretty good, but the defuse is coming through. The half couldn't get confirmed, and the classic right click to confirm the frags. Nus, quite quick recovery on the site.
There we go. See, I think this is what I was talking about earlier, where they know for a fact that Zenol really loves to play aggressive, and if they just hang back or set up these crossfires, there's a very good chance, especially when Spike is already down and everyone is scrambling to get something done. I think there's a very good chance that Zenol runs into their crossfires, and Team Nus showcasing that brilliantly in that first round.
Yeah. They're going to have to keep that going. One round's obviously not going to suffice. It seems like we do see a bit of investment. Not a lot from Zenol. There is a Marshal bot up, a Sheriff, but that's pretty much the major ones. Ooh, Kimchi Mentality spotted quite a lot of these players. Adept going to be challenged up next. Unfortunately, a Classic not exactly great for that angle. And the Viper not allowed to walk back. That's a complete controller lineup for Zenol. Eliminated already. A 5 versus 3. 12 is going to try and step in to recover, do some damage control, but he'll be denied as well. Zenol already have fallen like flies all across the site. And with only 2 players left alive, this round isn't looking very likely for them.
It's not looking very likely. They did find a kill, but now the picture is complete for Team Nus. They know for a fact that both players are going to be over on this A site, and I mean, with only 1 left, what can you really do? Asmod, you were going crazy in map number 1, but now you only have a boombot and some nades to work with. You got to kill the entirety of Team Nus.
Yeah, he's probably just hoping for any exit frag, do some financial damage, maybe get a weapon upgrade on his way out, but he's not going to be granted any. Nus, they're going to make their way out from the other way. So Esmond, he'll probably just die to the spike here for absolutely free. But he wouldn't actually mind that. You don't give away an ult point here, so that's one thing that you've taken away from Team Nus.
Yeah, and, you know, as we saw in map number 1, there were definitely a lot of ultis being slammed down, and even though Team Nus maybe wasn't able to find a lot of the combinations that they were hoping with their ultimates, the fact that they had the right idea at the right times shows that they, you know, maybe were just a little bit rusty, and now in this map, if they can combo their ults correctly, we could see a very, very different map, and I think we're already starting to see it. But that being said, I do believe that Team Nus did go up 2-0 starting off map 1.
Rifles back in the hands of Zenol, and they've already lost a player. Adept gone way too quickly. That's the Omen. A big hit to that extra composition. Now the Jet alongside the Sky to try and defend the A site. Viper Wall making this information a little bit difficult to retrieve for them. 12 now being put up to the challenges, but the shots just as consistent. A 2K to kick things off there. And this is not going right. Spike dropped as well. 12. This is why he was my MVP.
Oh my
goodness. Gonna step in and put his name in for condition as well. But Alphen once again last alive. I'm starting to feel bad for that man now.
Yeah, it's a very similar situation from before, but I mean, with 12 going absolutely berserk in that one, he knows for a fact that he wants that extra MVP money so we can get some Pokemon booster packs after this one. But with this potential crunch coming in, maybe he's going to find a 4th to get that Blade Storm a little bit closer to being online. He comes up, but it doesn't tag him, and he's going to do it again! 12, you absolute monster! I mean, great round for Zenol Gaming, but Team Nus, you got to go back to the drawing board on that one.
Yeah, honestly, that round alone has convinced me to keep riding the 12th train at this point. I
Yeah.
will die on this hill now after such consistent shots and all of them looking so crisp. Like it's 4 straight headshots, every single one of them.
Yeah.
And those are the first frags that he's gotten on this map so far. Team Nus, they are going to be able to buy back into this round. No ultimates up for their side, for anybody's side actually just yet. But now on the flip side of things, they've moved over towards B. This time around, it's S1 that they had to face off, but the smoke gonna make that peak a little bit extra difficult. So they'll back off, moving down middle. Kimchi mentality. Gonna use the poison orb, keep them at bay. But information pretty good so
my
far.
God,
Gonk!
Oh,
Traded.
that could have been catastrophic, though. If they won that gunfight, we would have seen a very different round. But Zenol able to keep their heads on their shoulders for now. As 12, the monster of Zenol, he's going to try to fight the Phantom as they rip through the entirety. And Nuss able, I mean, Zenol, wait just a moment. They confused me. The mirror comp, but Zenol looking so dominant, tying up the game 2-2.
Yeah, Adept playing that off angle, lines up 2 frags. They certainly didn't expect it. Kansan, he used the Cloudburst to move up towards Heaven further, but the rest of the 2 players, they were not expecting Adept to just be around the corner because Kansan, he was in the Cloudburst. He couldn't gather that information. He didn't see Adept moving in, and so the battle was all the more easier afterwards. Then as one steps in, cleans up the round, and we're all tied up 2-2 right off the bat.
We'll see where they go now, as looks like we might be getting a bit of a repeat from map 1 with Nuss taking the initial lead, but Zenol ripping it right back as that poison orb is going to be dropping. They found 3 people, have to hop in the sewers, but there's no way they survive. And 12 from out of nowhere once again finds another kill to add to his belt.
Yeah, that's the A main lurker gone. See, the spike still not anybody's in anybody's proximity. Excuse me. There has one stationed aggressively towards garage, and I think Zenol, their play is just to hold garage and try and set up a late pinch if Nuss make their way into the site. And that's great information that 12 has found. The spike is in his grasp, and Nuss, as they are now being locked within the B site, they do manage to pick up a couple of kills, and they could probably get a hold of these guns, but it's not going to come to them very easy. 12 is going to try and get these out of their hands. One more kill found for him. He's going to try and get the following 2. Esmond joining him in the battlefield down in middle. Going to get another headshot, and Kansan left alive in a 1 versus 3. Hadn't been of a lot of value in the last map, but can he switch things up this time? Paranoia's right at his face, tucks him into the corner, and the answer is no. He'll get headshot as well. Zenol gaining the lead back.
Yeah, some very crispy shots from pretty much everyone, only managing to lose a Viper and a Sky, which, I mean, those are your main info gatherers and deniers, but at the end of the day, when 12 is shooting like this, being an absolute monster, I think that the bullets are going to be counting more than any wall could deal with. So, I mean, Team Nuss, they have to go back to the drawing board. Like we've been saying, they do have the From the Shadows, which, pardon me, could create some very, very clutch plays by just teleporting into the defender spawn. But I do want to keep my eyes on the showstoppers as well, because those are coming up pretty darn soon.
Yeah, Blade Storm's active for 12 as well. With how good he's been so far, those can be lethal.
Yeah.
So, but a 3-man stack from Zenol towards B hasn't found anything just yet. But Kimchi alongside the Omen, trying to hold down this mid battle. Oh, S1, that's going to be a big kill found by Kong. The information relayed over. Flash is beautiful. Yaxi and Kansan, both of them finding a kill each. That's going to allow them to enter into the B side, and there's nobody here. It's Ghost Town from Zenol, but Nuss not feeling so confident. They'll backtrack here a little bit.
Okay. I mean, 12, if there's anyone who could do it, I wouldn't be surprised if that is him. Bladestorm's still online, so he still has a lot of power to work with, but they do have to mow through quite a lot of people. They do have a Sky Flash to work with and a heal, but they are quite separated, so these 1v1s got to be very isolated as Team Nuss able to creep onto site, but wait, maybe Sky can catch the lurker. Planning going to go down completely uncontested, but Sky moving right up, but they don't check the corners. 12 kind of finds an equalizer. 1v3 now. Still has the Bladestorm and an updraft and a smoke to work with. But that clock is ticking down. They're going to be running into the Viper pretty darn soon. What have they got for us? They're not looking the right way. The Viper ducks behind to the right. Going to throw the smoke. But no advance just yet as that timer continues to tick down, and they're going to maybe meet their maker as Kong shuts it down once again. And Team Nuss tying up the game yet again, 3-3. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh no! Oh, oh, oh my goodness. Oh, Sasuke just shutting down whatever hope that Nuss had left in the tank. Now in a 1v4, I mean, we've said it so much, but what can you do? You've got 12 running around with an operator, easily one of the deadliest guns in the game, on one of the deadliest players in the lobby. And now the Omens just left to stare each other in the eyes before one of them kills each other.
Oh god, it's Alphen again.
Oh, wait a
Oh.
minute. Yeah, Zeno, insanely dominant that round. But let's talk about that trap that we saw in mid. I certainly thought that Team Nuss was going to be the one setting up the traps, but Zenol very much proving me wrong with the Viper stepping up, knowing that the Cabbages were coming for the Jet, did sacrifice themselves, but of course it enabled 12 to get another few kills to under their belts, and now this Bladestorm is online. We just saw this thing like 2 rounds ago, and he's already got it back.
I mean, that's 12 for you. The man,
It
the
is.
man has 8 frags, a 2 KD right off the bat. We picked our MVP, quite a nice one actually. Oh, fast push in from Nuss. Shot missed. Not something that we get to see very often from 12. Bladestorm out. And he'll move into a little more of a passive spot. Gonk, no success for him this time around, as Adept finds his counterpart as well. Kansan going to peek into mid, but there are 2 people awaiting. It's their death.
Oh my
Merchant
goodness.
and Kimchi finding a 3K to his name, getting his stats padded here a little bit, and Zenol finally starting to gain some momentum on split.
Yeah, I mean, after a bit of a rocky wake up, they certainly found their way back in. But if history is destined to repeat itself, they will win one more. But then Team Nuss is going to find a way back into this game, which you know, they are on an eco right now, which means that next round they will likely be on a full buy. And this round, obviously, you know, the numbers are not in their favor, especially not with 12 running around with an operator in hand and you having no shield, no full shield. It's going to be pretty rough.
Ooh, shot missed. 12, he's starting to miss here a little bit. We're starting to see some cracks, but hopefully he can fix those up soon. Right now, a lot of space taken over by us. They're not contesting it. Zen Kimchi, nice skill found. That's a little questionable peek there from JJ. Tried to maybe catch him off guard, but Kimchi's gotten another. Finally will get traded, but enough damage is dealt. Out with the shorty, he's peeking and Adept coming in. A nice little bait and switch. That was actually beautiful. Esmond holding the final couple of angles. Yangtze last alive. But, you know, I'm loving this team play from Zenol. When it felt like the 12 might be moving into a risky play, Adept's moving straight behind him. So they go for a pinch play there. 12 goes in deeper towards Garage. Adept steps in from behind to finish off the kill. It's the coordination like that from Zenol that's keeping them so far ahead of us right now.
I would happen to agree. You know, coordination is definitely one of the most underrated skills in Valorant, right next to knowing how to play mind games. But Adept, again, look at this coordination. He could have taken that angle, knowing that he's only got a sheriff, but he's like, no, let me play it smart. Let me get my team over here, or let him swing into me. And regardless of what happens, Zenol Gaming coming out on top. Even if the Sky won that duel there, hit an amazing flick. We already saw that the rotations were coming through, and Zenol was ready to trade right back immediately.
Yeah, Adept only moved further, as you said, with the rotation coming in. There were players coming from the other side of A, from Heaven A, so they could have immediately gotten that trade. The round was practically confirmed as soon as this guy got spotted. But Nus, now they're starting to get a little bit inconsistent. A rifle round back. They do have a couple of ultimates online, particularly that showstopper. That is going to be their key to success. A 5-stack outside of B. They're going to use that to lead the charge in. You see the first cloud burst. 12 has made his positioning known, and there's the showstopper, but it hasn't found anything. Adapt in a cheeky little angle has managed to find one. It strays back and forth as the site now run over by Nus. But the Viper's Pit, it puts things a little bit more of a favorable situation from Nus.
Oh my goodness.
Gonkim has managed to find another. As one has a showstopper of his own.
The showstopper looked to be the only way that they had back into this game. But wait, I mean, I don't know how the Sky managed to find the Viper through the spam, but the Viper's Pit, definitely one of the best ways to shut down 12, as they've been proven to be quite a nuisance. But can they expect this flank? As Zenol, just hold W, look right. No, right. Zenol, look right. There we go. And oh my god, the flick. Can they hit it? Yes, they can. The Sky is on fire. I mean, listen, man, it's hard to pick an MVP because, 12 is in the lobby. You've got Kimchi Mentality hitting these some of the nastiest 3Ks, but you also got to congratulate Sasuke for being able to pull off that 1v3 clutch. Oh my goodness.
Zenol are making no mistakes. What's going
Nope, they're
on?
not. I don't know what's happening. I'll be so real. I really loved what Nuss did. They had the right idea. They used the Viper's Pit, and it just completely shuts out the operator. Because as an operator, how do you push into a smoke? You're literally just going to feed a gun away, and $5,000 at that. But it just doesn't matter. Zenol Gaming, I don't know. I guess they just see through the smoke as Sasuke drops the Viper, and it just opens up that post-plant situation.
And this one seems like it may be a little slower of a round, and so while it is still slow, I'd like to draw your attention to the stat line here for Zenol. 8 kills for 2 people, 9 kills on 1, and 7 kills. It's everybody doing their part and everybody providing kills as well. It's not a dominant scoreline anymore. The stat line, very well balanced. Everybody's showing up whenever they're asked for. And now aggressive stance at middle for Zenol. Kimchi, he may look to get a little extra aggressive. Oh, this is going to be a bait and switch. Esmond, he's just looking to grab their attention for as long as possible while Kimchi gets enabled. And they're never going to check that angle given how much attention that Raze has claimed.
Back over to 12, the star of the show, able to take one. Esmond as well. I mean, they're going to reveal where the Viper is, but it just doesn't matter as it's a complete dismantle of any hope that they had. Team Nuss is able to find one, but is that really going to be enough to win the round? I wouldn't imagine so, as Esmond once again just shutting it down. Any hopes that Nuss had are now the dreams of Zenol.
I am loving the protocols that Zenol have in place. You see that coordination point that we brought up earlier, it continues to play out in Zenol's favor. Now it was Esmond and Kimchi, 2 entirely different players that showed us how great their communication is. Kimchi did not peek out at all. There was absolutely no need to. While Esmond, he was just trying to bait them in. Kimchi, there are only 2 conditions he takes that fight. One, either the Nuss players push down further at middle, or Esmond finds a frag and he steps in to help him out further. And he only peeked after Esmond got the second kill. Esmond was able to find the first kill, excuse me. Esmond was able to find the second as well later down the line, but Kimchi had not peeked until Esmond confirmed the first headshot.
And again, this just goes to show to that coordination, because if this were ranked, any amount of those players would have just peaked. If you're Viper in that situation, you hear people firing, you can hear them reload. Would you not just instinctively uncrouch, go for the swing, and try to pick off 2? Yes, you would. You don't even have to tell me, because everyone would do that. But again, Zenol, they're just so calm, cool, and collected. And even with the timeout, that is going to be in the cards. Someone's probably getting one of their signature oat milk shakes or that signature elixir milk, just to try to power themselves back up, because Nuss, you need to change something. I feel like it all has to come down to the cabbages once again, because I feel like if you could shut out 12 and Esmond, you find these 2 very valuable players. I do think that the rest of Zenol Gaming just kind of falls apart. Yes, they have coordination, but without the aim freaks and without a lot of these longer range weapons, they might struggle with it.
They might struggle, but we have seen us eliminate those players and still fail around. I'll bring your attention back to the 1 versus 3 that we saw. Sasuke
Mhm.
pulling it off. I mean, yes, those two players have been monumental for Zenol, but in this map in
Yeah.
particular, everybody's having their moments. We've seen Kimchi deliver a 3K. We've seen Adept finding absolutely bizarre peaks as well, and Sasuke converting that 1 versus 3. It's nobody's shying
Mhm.
away from developing their own individual stat line, and they're taking every opportunity there. And it's not just the game of duelists anymore as it was on map
Nope.
number 1.
No, it's really not. But I do want to point over towards Esmond as even though 12 is an absolute aim freak, an absolute freakazoid, dare I say, Esmond again, despite not having a free dash or a free get out of jail free card, he has been managing to sneak up and take the top frag for himself. So if not 12, I wouldn't mind putting Esmond as our number 1.
I mean, the conversation for the most part has to be between those two, but right now, Esmond, he's been taken out of it. First one to fall, and a 5 versus 4 early success for Nuz, something that we haven't seen very often. Viper's Pit completely eliminates Nuz in the middle of the map for Nuz. So now it has to be a direct sight hit. They cannot go for a split approach, but they aren't being provided with a lot of information just yet. The flash confirms the presence of Nus outside of B, so the Omen will stick around a little bit longer. The Trailblazer to try and find this Viper, see if they can clear it out, hopefully. And there you go. The Trailblazer immediately retaliated with the Poison Orb and a Snake Bite. So this is going to keep Nus at bay for the time being. Last round of the half, Nus, an 8-4 scoreline would be a great salvage point, but Zenol 9-3 puts them in a very sweet spot to win.
Oh, Sasuke gonna open up this round by killing off that Viper. A beautiful paranoia onto the site is gonna make this a lot harder when it just doesn't matter. Zenol actually being dismantled. Whatever tech timeout happened is definitely gonna be in favor of Ness as they are able to get a plant down and now staring down a 2v4. Zenol Gaming not looking to be very happy with this one.
It's the clutch man himself alongside 12 to try and mount another one, but Sasuke's gone. And now 12, he's going to try and attempt a 1 versus 3 off his own. This is not going to be as simple, but first headshot found. Both of the remaining players, they could possibly line up 7 HP on him. And Zani will finish off the frag. And they deny the clutch this time, but Zenol, they walk away with a 4-round lead out of that half.
Yeah, I do think they're very happy. Obviously you'd want to try to win that round, but Team Nus able to pull the wool over their eyes and actually speed up their execute as if these executes could get any faster. But, in the home of Paper X, I guess aggression is the only thing you can expect from these games. And these teams are absolutely going berserk on each other, blowing each other to bits. But Zenol Gaming now going to be on the attack half, which, again, historically has been their stronger side. I wonder what we're going to be seeing here, aside from a very heavy A hits. But I wonder if we're going to be getting a lot of lurks through sewer from Team Nus.
That does seem like a real possibility. 4 players present down at middle right now, but Zenol, if they are extremely fast, then that lurk may not even matter. Kong, it's up to him to try and hold them back for as long as humanly possible. It is going to be a full 4-man flank from the looks of it. Just as soon as Kong gets sufficient information, there's one player spotted and a kill found as well on his way out. That's for absolutely free. No damage obtained in return. And now Zani, he's going to step in. It's not going to be a Sewer's flank. Instead, they're going to try and walk in towards Heaven. The Flash keeping Esmond at bay. And the paint shell puts him at an awkward angle. He's gotten 1 kill. The smoke keeping them at bay. 12 walking in further. Playing anti-flash won't help you there, Conk, in this situation. Alphin alongside Yanzi and left alive in a 2 versus 2. And Yanzi, 2 amazing headshots. Adept last alive. It's a battle of the omens.
Battle of the Omens. Zenol Gaming looking to be kind of up in health as they do have the heavy shield. The shots are going wide. Team Nus has a little bit of time as they try to get the reload going on, but wait, they're trying to TP. Wait, they're going to try to flick for it, and they do manage to get it. Alphin from Team Nus is able to save it once again, getting the second pistol round, if I'm not mistaken, in this game. Just barely scraping by with that one.
Yeah, that looked a little bit
my
risky,
goodness.
especially after Esmond found that first frag towards Heaven, and 12 finding the backside of A cleared as well. It felt like Nuss's map positioning was extremely strong, but just the sheer amount of people that Nuss had, Zenol's positioning was extremely strong in the post plan, but Nuss throwing every person down at heaven eventually does work out. It sort of felt like a strategy about where you just throw everything that you've got and see
Yeah.
what sticks. But hey, if it works, it works. Nuss, their second pistol off the map. Now they have a nice chance of mounting a bit of a comeback as they look to get closer to tying up the score line. But of course, this is only going to bring it up to an 8-6 in best case scenario.
Oh, very, very true. I mean, Nuss, they still have an upward battle to fight, but JJ is certainly very dominant on this defensive half with actually, wait a minute, Yangtze able to open it up. I think the ones that they really got to pay attention to is 12, as Conk managed to find another. Okay. A little bit of contact taken over on ramp, but I don't think that's going to slow down the execute as the A site looks to be Zenol's as of right now. But in a 3v5, they will need to pick these battles very carefully. And JJ is looking to be finding another for himself, a 1v5 now. Esmond, if you really are meant to get this MVP prize, you will be able to pull off this 1v5 right here, right now in 45 seconds. But Inflict, what do you think the chances of that are?
Yeah, pretty slim. Honestly, S1, if he makes this into even a 1v1, I won't even argue for 12 anymore. I'll stop right there. But honestly, the likelihood of that is just very slim. Zhangzi peeks out, easy pickings there for the Bulldog. And as they close out the disparity, the difference is just a little bit further, but I'm not sure if they'll be allowed to put it down even more. But as Zenol, they get their hands back onto the rifles.
Yeah, now that this full buy is going to be coming into play, I wonder if we are going to be seeing a big shift, because on map number 1, we saw a very similar story. You know, Team Nuss won the pistol. They won the round after because of better weapons. But then after that, Zenol just started running away with all that momentum that they had. So if history is in fact destined to repeat himself, I do think that Esmond is going to get a couple kills and probably get a showstopper finisher. As everyone
Fast push in.
Yeah.
Not wasting a lot of time. A-side handed over to them practically. No contest here.
What is this angle? Actually doesn't win the gunfight. Oh, wait. I mean, it's a bunch of action on this ramp. They're fighting for it tooth and nail. Able to find another Yangtze. How does he do it? A snake might gonna go over towards the corner, but I don't think they know where the Omen is playing. And Esmond able to find his... Can they find this Viper through the smoke?
Oh, Marshall, it connects, and Kong will finish off the frag as well. Yangtze stepping in with 2 kills of his own. That's going to leave Kimchi Mentality
Yangtze,
all on his
Oh
own.
my goodness, Yangtze! Oh my gosh, yo! A 4K from 5 health, literally a cough away from dying. It does not matter. Team Nuss, one of the best initiators in this series. Look at that. A 4K clutch, basically a 1v4, mind you. That was ridiculous, beyond ridiculous, in fact. If somebody doesn't get him a signature Elixir milk for that, I don't know what. You know what I mean? That was such an amazing play, and from the brink of death as well. You just gotta give this guy some major props.
Yeah, and this puts them in a great spot to try and equalize the score line here. Nuss, I mean, this is the best kind of start that you would hope for. Of course, they are yet to lose a single round here. Zenol yet to find their footing on this attack side, which in theory should have been a little bit better for them considering their play style, but their protocols are not being as effective just yet. And I don't believe they have some strong enough protocols in play to convert a sheriff round essentially.
Yeah, I do have to agree, but Team NUS probably able to feel very good about that one. I'm not going to lie. That's a huge mental reset, and sometimes that's what you need in Valorant. But Yangtze, you know, the solo initiator standing strong on this A site as a big mid hit is going to be in the cards, going to force Conk away as the snake manages to get found. Oh, Esmond. Oh no, Kimchi Mentality as well, grabbing one, but they're setting right up in a crossfire. JJ takes 2, and 12 managing to shut down the play, but in a 3v2 favoring Settle Gaming. Never mind, 2v2 favoring Settle Gaming, as unfortunately their Omen does get lost with these 1v1s are isolated now.
Oh, timing. Not so great for Kansan. gets dinged down, 19 HP. He's gonna have to be a little more careful when what he peeks next. Now, the rifle in the
Mhm.
hands of 12, that can be absolutely lethal, Alphen. He's going to have to be the monumental player here for us to try and mount this comeback, but he did not
Oh.
expect Skimchi to be in that angle, and Kansan left in a 1 versus 2.
Ooh.
He's gotten the first, but he's extremely weakened up. It's only going to take 1 Phantom Bullet for him to get finished off,
the
and there it
flip!
is.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just look at that. I mean, for a player named 12, he does not have as many kills as his name suggests. He's got 1 more. And by the end of this game, I wouldn't be surprised if he does rock a 24 KD, because at this rate, we're going to be getting a few more rounds as Team NUS has been able to strike back a surprising amount of times. I'm not going to lie. Clearly, something changed in their attack strategy, and it seems to be Zenol's kryptonite. But clearly, they were lacking just a little bit when they did isolate those 1v1s, and the shot timings from their jet just slightly off. Oh, never
Kansan,
mind.
good first blood, and JJ immediately following that up. Zenol on the back foot here yet again, but not out of the round just yet. The Sky clearing out a lot of angles down towards middle. Adept over here at B. All of the players of Zenol quite split apart for the time being. Probably just going to try and see if they can find an opportunity to exploit, but it certainly isn't going to be easy to get here towards it A with a double peaks set up. Esmond peeks out the first and immediately gets found. Couldn't even get information onto that erase there. So another player lost for Zenol as they look to make their play in towards the B side. They do not have the spike on them just yet. Oh, Elf, an easy pickings does get traded, but Sasuke, this time around, it's a 1 versus 5 for him that he's going to have to convert. He did get the 1v3 done, but this one a little more challenging.
It's going to be a little bit more challenging. If he truly does have anime powers, he will be able to take this one. Has to flick past a flash into the duel. Not able to get tagged, but he is able to find not quite enough timing as Yanxi, yet again, for Team NUS, just the sole initiator carrying this team on his back from the brink of, on all of these clutch rounds. He's been able to find these kills where they matter the most.
They're keeping the scoreline tight and contested. I mean, that is what you expect from this defense side off split. But Zenol, they're still in the driver's seat, and they have converted an eco round already. So NUS, they're not exactly out of danger still, but it's still very much favorable considering that they do have a couple of ultimates online, and they're pretty close to getting a couple more.
Omen TP gonna be able to find a little bit of space, but they gotta try to save him. Paranoia not gonna be enough as a flash and nade combo is gonna be coming out. This is gonna look very, very ugly very soon. Yanxi grabs a second. Can they go for a third? No, it is gonna be called to back up.
Bladestorm's out for 12, but hasn't exactly found any value yet. NUS having a field day so far on split, as there are only 2 players left alive. One of them still being 12, the other being Esmond, the danger duo for Zenol. But Esmond's been tagged down to 28 HP. He peeks out, and it's a high-low setup awaiting him. 12, there's the first. Both of the remaining players extremely weakened up. Single-digit HP on both of them, I believe. And Esmond, he's going to try and
you madman.
timing on this peak.
Oh, if he pulls this off, I'm going to have something to say, but they're not going to be able to let it happen. Team NUS able to shut it down in a very spectacular fashion. 12 did have a play cooking up, but that was a big investment from Zenol, a huge gamble. Now the Bladestorm is completely offline. Showstopper nowhere near being ready, but they do have the cabbages and from the shadow at the ready with the Viper's Pit very, very close by.
Yeah, honestly, this round could dictate whether or not Zenol are going to be able to close out the grand finals right here or not. They should be able to purchase another rifle round if they lose this, but just the momentum that NUS would have built up at that point would make things a lot more difficult. Alphen first to be challenged, immediately forcing back and gonna call for reinforcements. With the push, it's a little too fast. He's gonna have to give up the side and play for a retake. Oh no, that's bad. Conk already fallen. A man disadvantage. Kimchi, he's missed his shots, but 12 does not. Two players fallen for Zenol. spike planted, and now Sasuke probably gonna look to back up. But look at the positioning, Zenol. They're getting aggressive. They're trying to hit in from behind. The Seekers have given away a lot of
Ooh,
information, and a 2K with the
JJ!
showstopper.
And now 12. I mean, what do they have? They got one kill, but not able to grab the second. Is JJ finding a 3K and shutting down the last hopes of Zenol. I mean, NUS looking very dominant on this defensive half. Could we be seeing an overtime on map 2?
Maybe a possibility, or maybe NUS finished things a little bit earlier. That was a risky play, Zenol. It relied heavily on their
Yes.
singular player within the B site remaining alive for a little bit longer, while the 3 players wrapped around and hit heaven again. But Sasuke fell a little bit too early for their own liking. And so NUS were able to pick them off, particularly with the showstopper coming into the mix as well, made things a whole lot easier. And now Zenol, they're going for a forced purchase here. They do not want to let NUS get any closer to victory.
So we're going to be seeing Kaizen or Kezen maybe contact up mid, but JJ finding an opener against Kimchi. Taking away the spiciest food on the team, but wait a minute, a duel on B side is not going to go their way, and oh my goodness, Adept able to find another kill, and they're just lining up for Conk! As he's able to find a 2K for free. 12, yet again, a very similar situation to last round. The last man standing for Zenol. What can they do against NUS? This bastion of defense, and that is going to be an 11-9 lead for NUS for the second time this series, and especially the second time this game. They have had a very, very phenomenal impact.
And yes, 2 rounds away from concluding, and it seems like Zenol are hell-bent on trying to upset NUS here as they look to go for a half purchase. I mean, a couple of the players have bought up completely, but yeah, it's going to be a half purchase across the board. We see 3 stingers, a judge, and a rifle in the hands of 12. He's going to have to really work up some magic. Otherwise, NUS, it seems like they may have split on lockdown here.
Ooh, look at that, Yanksy. Wait a minute, a perfect timing from Esmond. Gonna shut down the entirety of the info denial from Team NUS.
And to recover NUS, they sent 2 people back. A left with JJ all by himself. Zenol sort of stuck here towards heaven. Adept is going to have to come in and free them up a little bit of space there. He's going to try and smoke from the shadows used, and this is exactly the kind of movement that they needed. Information retained, and JJ now stuck into a corner. Yanksy is going to try and step in to help him out, but he was only good for one. Sight opened up, and Zenol finally getting a man advantage after a very long time as the spike goes down at A.
And I mean, look at these last players from NUS. They're completely on opposite sides of the map, so they're going to have to work very, very well with Zenol. We already know for a fact that they have amazing coordination, but with the knives out, maybe it's a different story. It's going to creep up. They do manage to find an opener onto Sasuke, now entering onto the site. Alphan's going to be coming in from the back now that everyone's distracted with the rampaging jet. And now it's another call to cut noise to let the Owens scale up. A Paranoia is going to find its target, and it's just a matter of putting the bullets into their face. But 12 is able to get one other kill, and now it's a jet battle, a truly cinematic duel between 12 and the knife-wielding Kaz. And what can they do? Not quite going to be able to peek, but they do manage to find him. The knives not barely going to come out in 12. Once again, going to be coming in absolutely clutch, potentially being the MVP of this game as the spike blows up, as well as, I mean, I'm not going to lie, I was blown up there too from how excited I was.
Yeah, a second time a Jet 1v1 comes into play, and a second time 12 comes out on top. The consistency from that man is next to nothing.
Yeah.
He has been playing phenomenal across both of these 2 maps. We've even seen Esmond slow down a little bit, but 12 absolutely not. 19 frags are him, about to hit 20, and well, NUS still finances in a great spot. They're going to be able to fully buy back into this one, and Kansan out with that operator. His stats have recovered quite nicely, but Yangtze gonna start off strong. 1 kill found with absolutely no resilience from Zenol found just yet.
And now, I mean, it's getting really, really tense. They're going to need to figure something out and figure it out fast as Yanksy seeming to open up this round, taking one of the main space makers away from Zenol. And now, I mean, the scrambling is starting to come. You can see on the minimap, everyone's starting to rotate over as everyone's flooding out from heaven, but they don't peek JJ, who's able to take out 2. And this looks like it's wraps from Team NUS. They might be able to just run away with yet another round. 12 on the back. Maybe he is able to find Conk. That is going to be a very clean shot. And now left to retake with his best friend, Kimchi Mentality, in a 2v3.
Now, Zenol, they realistically can't play for trades here. Kimchi has found the perfect
Oh
timing.
my
They're
goodness.
looking to get the 2v5. Kanzen last alive. His teammates have fallen and he's running with the tail between his legs and going to save the
Yes.
operator. Zenol have confirmed a 2 versus 5 to tie up the scoreline.
That is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it's a shame we can only give away one MVP prize because this duo is absolutely ridiculous in so many levels. Wow, like that's really all we could say from how insane a lot of these players are. But of course, that is only going to be going to one person as that spike detonates. Not quite overtime guaranteed just yet, but Zenol with some newfound courage and definitely some newfound desire to win this game right here, right now. Only 2 points away for both teams.
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised that NUS aren't calling a tactical timeout. You really should after such a disastrous round. I mean, you had all the advantages for you. It was just your own mistakes, realistically, giving Zenol the opportunity to take every fight individually without any repercussions at all. And now their money still is very great. They shouldn't have to worry about it until the end of regulation here. But the momentum has completely shifted in the last couple of rounds. Kanzen looking to take it back. Jiangxi has gotten another, but Sasuke equalizes the numbers yet again.
And I mean, it might actually be a call to hit B. This looks like it was a fake the whole time. As well, wait, maybe I stand corrected. The cabbages seem to have been popped just for some pressure, and is it going to actually insert the Sky into a very devious off angle? They might be able to catch Conk off guard, which if they can do so, is going to eliminate so much map control from Team NUS.
But with Gong being so deep, I'm not sure if they are going to be worried about that flank coming in from Alphen. Oh,
Just
the
barely
wall
missing.
allows them to walk in safely. Sasuke
Sasuke.
steps in, and this could be a free frag if he was. Never mind. There it
it's
is.
free.
Advantage
Oh my
claims.
God.
For last player, another
was
player
done.
spotted, but
Oh,
Alphen coming in
my
from
goodness.
behind, and a 4K from Sasuke
Whoa.
to get the series and tournament for a point for Zenol.
I mean, Team NUS, you were so close yet so far. You just need to win one more round, and then you can push this bad boy to an overtime. You know, sink into those ergonomic chairs as much as you need to. This is the time to lock in. This is probably one of the most tensest games and rounds that we've seen all series, even from yesterday, which has been pretty insane. But I do think that 12 and Sasuke absolutely running away with the highlights, and the amount of clips coming from this tournament is absolutely ridiculous. But of course, it's not over till it's over as we head into potentially the last round. Or can Team NUS bring this back from the brink of defeat?
Momentum completely on the attack side right now. And they're looking to make this a fast one. Bladestorm out to assist 12 in the close proximity fights. The spike, it's dropped. They're taking their sweet time with this one, looking for a frag before they head into the side, but they seem pretty convinced that the A side is where they may end up. But now they're going to switch things up. Kanzen has been actually pretty decent with the operator. He is going to be tested again down at middle, and he's gotten the first. Asmon looking to creep back in. Don't do it. He's gotten a second. Kanzen. I like these odds for NUS, but there have been blunders.
Speaking
Adept.
of blunders.
Good shot.
Adept. And let's take out JJ. But now, not quite looking at the right time. He might get Valorant timing if he's not careful. But this crossfire on Heaven is probably going to be able to keep them relatively safe. As Sasuke looking for more. Conk in the back. Has to drop those toxins. But now Sky in potentially a bit of an off angle. They could be able to get a devious crunch. And 12 is going to be rocketing through. But he can't find any of the shots. As Conk is going to push this ever more into Team NUS's favor. And Yangtze able to take out Adept. Now in a 1v5. And Sasuke gets beamed from downtown. And Conk is going to save it once again. Pushing this bad boy into OT.
NUS practically coming back alive from the grave there. That was not looking very good, honestly. I mean,
Right.
Adept, even that singular kill that went Zenol's way just made me sweat a little bit, because once Zenol have found that first frag, they just chain them together so nicely, one after the other, in most of these rounds. But then, yes, great job from them to shut it down immediately. Do not let the trades come through, and just keep the numbers in their favor, keep it intact, and play a lot more vigilantly. Zenol on the attack side, on the defense side, they do have a lot more presence here down at middle. But NES looking to make this a fast approach at B.
Yeah, everyone is very much warmed up, and look at this. Oh, it's a gamble stack on the wrong site once again, as NUS, like you're saying, able to make a very easy entrance. Burning minimal util as well, but that beautiful nade might stop. Oh! Esmond able to shut down. Oh, JJ able to take one for himself as well. But 12 is on the ground. He's on the prowl. Oh my goodness, his death all over the place. Now only 2. How did it happen? Everybody died so soon. And that's going to be a plant relatively quickly. But now I think they know where everybody is. It's Kimchi, the last man standing. Everything is on you, man. The weight is on your shoulders. And will you fall or will you rise? As JJ, it's a deadly crossfire. The odds are not in his favor. If he is really meant to be the MVP, he will take this, just baiting out the shots, but it's not going to happen just yet, as Spike is still ticking down, trying to go for anything. It's just not going to happen. Can he find the 1v1s? No, he can't, and JJ is not even going to lose his friend as he pops that late-game showstopper just for style points, and it will absolutely go in his favor.
And US converting an attack side, that is generally a good sign in OT, because you only have to win 2 rounds in a row, and Split is very famously a defense-sided map. So them winning an attack side right off the bat puts them in a good position. However, they still have to win another round, and that's not going to be easy. Not against Zenol. They haven't exactly have had to face some such disadvantageous positioning. So I'm not sure whether Zenol will crack under pressure or not. But Kansan is going to challenge with his op yet again. But now he's been found. 12. He's asked his teammates to step aside. He'll do the job himself if he needs to. Esmond leading the charge in from above is coming. 12. He's gotten his second. Esmond just awaiting this peak. 12 finally gets shut down, but his teammates recover the rest, and we're going into another OT.
I mean, that was an absolutely dominant round from Zenol. Whereas we take a look at the previous round run from Team NUS, they only had a couple players remaining. Zenol had double that. They had almost a flawless round on their first attack side of a second round of OT. But now as we head into the third round of overtime, I wonder where this is going to go. You know, again, the sides are swapped once again. And I mean, 12, you've done some wonders on defense before. What can you do this time?
Question should be answered soon here. Asman just using the boom bot and will immediately back off. He has backup available in the face of Adept. A smoke immediately falling. And hence NUS should be backing off here a little bit.
It's a call to cut noise, but Zenol looking to stay strong, not pushing wherever they don't need to, because now the pressure is on. They want to hold their positions. They don't want to give any space whatsoever. But at the same time, you need to make space because NUS is looking to run over this A side if they're not careful.
But 12's here alongside Sasuke, both of them objectively the most well-performing players on the side of Zenol right now. This is not going to be an easy entrance whatsoever. Gets one across the Viper wall. He has been traded. But Zenol, honestly, they'd be pretty happy with this. Yangtze planting in an open angle, the smoke covering him from all sides right now. Oh, he backs off as Gong starts to feel the pressure. Oh, the snake bite. It's landed right at his feet, makes it a little bit more awkward. 12 looking to go in deeper. The paranoia makes it a little bit difficult, but the cloudburst should keep him safe. Kimchi is going to work together, but it's numbers still intact. 3v3 and Adept has fallen. It's gonna be a push in from main. And Kimchi getting a 2k is the closer of the round. 12 to find the final headshot, and Zenol now 1 away from winning grand finals.
Yeah, so close. They can taste the victory, just like they can taste the boiled beef rice and the chili oil noodles that they're probably going to be getting as a celebration after this game, because how could you say no to all the luxury food that is provided by Elixir Esports at their amazing venues, and especially their newest location at the Clark Key residence, which is going to be where all these players are playing today. So, I mean, hey, if there's anything you take away from this tournament, A, these players are cracked, but B, definitely check out the Clark Key Superstore to check out all this amazing stuff, because I mean, based on how these players are playing, the hardware is going to give you a crazy edge in all of your ranked games.
12 currently sitting on 26 frags, and he wants more, but his teammates unfortunately not joining him on this journey to the end of the game. He is stationed highly aggressively. The smoke, the only thing standing between him and Kong, and he's gotten another. There's potential for even a 30 frag game if he manages to pick up 3 more. But now with the spike planted, the ball is in NUS's court to reclaim the site, mount a comeback, and keep this map going a little bit further.
Oh, Sasuke, unfortunately going to get gunned down. They need 12 to try to make something happen yet again as the hero of Zenall Gaming, but a snakebite going to hold 2 off the cross. But Kimchi, they have to take this fight very carefully. They're not able to find theirs. And now in a 1v4, 12, what can you do? They've done so much before they're able to take one. They're able to take 2, almost finding a third and a fourth, but it's just not meant to be as the coordination from Nuss is going to push us to yet another set of overtime.
I physically flinch when 12 is in a clutch situation because of how unbelievable he makes it look. He bought a 1v5 down to a 1 versus 2 in the end with 4 people rushing him from different avenues. He still managed to pick up 2 of those, but unfortunately still not all that he needed. His teammates fell a little bit too short in that round. He's 1 away from 30. I'm pretty sure he'll hit it by the end. And at this point, the conversation for MVP, I think it's drawn to a conclusion. Esmond not having as good a map anymore. His start was very strong, but he's been silenced ever since we flipped sides.
Oh, I mean, we'll talk about the MVPs when we cross that bridge, but taking a look at this round opening, Kazan, I mean, JJ is well able to find a beautiful opener, but Esmond might be in a very unexpected angle. I don't think they realize it. No, they don't. As Alphen falls, that's half the team smokes.
This could be his redemption.
It could be his redemption. They're going to try to contact up into Garage, but Esmond still holding strong, able to take contact and able to take the head clean off a Yanxi, which is their drone. But now JJ wanting to get revenge. But 12 on the other side. He's not looking the right way, and it doesn't matter. Conk takes him down. Now to 3v3. Zenall.
Oh no, this is bad.
It's disaster. It's disaster. His cousin and Conk are able to close it out once again as Nuss still standing strong. Wow, 15-14. To say this game is tense is an absolute understatement.
Yeah, honestly, Nuss winning that round off of sheer timings. I mean, look at all 4 of the final frags. Everybody from the side of Zenall Gaming was caught off guard. They did not expect a player to be right in the front of their faces as they were running to rotate. Practically, that applies for all 4 of the players that died in the end. But 12, it would suck really bad for him personally, I think. If they lose this map with him having 29 kills, he would really like for this game to continue. Now on the attack side, he is going to be the one that leads the charge from up front alongside Esmond. Esmond deep into the side, and he's the first one to fall. The flash leaves him entirely disabled. The second one to peek is 12, and he's gone as well. NUS, they've done enough. Adept, unless he can clutch a 1 versus 3, this is going to be GG's. The showstopper goes out, and we will be moving on to Lotus to decide the victor of this tournament.
A beautiful end to a map number 2. Another downtown showstopper. We saw a couple of those, but not from JJ in map number 1. So I'm happy that we got to see it once more. But yes, you are correct. We head into a map number 3 on this beautiful Elixir Cup 2026. So, but before we do go off into a 10-minute break, just to give everyone some time to rest, refuel, and relax, we just got to give another huge shout out to Elixir Esports. But before we get into that, let's just look at these stats because they are begging to be looked at. Obviously, like you were saying before, 12 is definitely in the contender to be the MVP, but Yanxi from Team NUS, come on, man. He's got 50 KP with 29 kills and 21 assists. Yes, he has an AoE heal. Yes, he has a drone, but that does not matter. This player has found kill after kill in a crazy amount of executes from Zenall Gaming that just killed any executes that they had planned. Yanxi is absolutely invaluable, and same with JJ, but Yanxi, I think, is on a whole different level.
Yeah, he most certainly is. 12 though, 29 kills on him. That too for a loss. That's gonna hurt. But we're gonna have to wait and find out if whether or not they can mount a comeback. Honestly, Esmond, a little bit of a disappointment performance from him, but not in a way, not in an entirely bad way, because one of his first half was very dominant. Unfortunately, it just fell a little bit too short when it mattered the most. They couldn't keep up with the pacing of the game. But a game that goes on to 3 OTs, it can get tiring. So they're
Yeah.
certainly going to be looking forward to those refreshments at the venue.
Absolutely, man. Those nice milk, oh my goodness, the premium elixir milk, as well as their patented oat milkshakes. Goodness me, I might have to get one myself because I'm losing it over here. But make sure you join us back after a quick 10-minute break for Lotus. I'm Gareth. This is Inflict, and we will be back in just a few.
Hate it when my doubts and my fears swell up like the ocean. It feels like I could drown in my tears. Everything's overflowing. Scared that I won't get it right, get it right. My nerves are working overtime, overtime. Tell myself to calm down and breathe. Step out of the shadows into the fire. Don't be afraid to go out on a wire. Live in the moment, turn it louder. This is what you're made for. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be F-E-A-R-L-E-S-S. Fearless. Once I get in and I put it in drive, ain't no more stopping me, don't even try. Controlling the chaos, controlling the vibe. Yeah. It's all the shots that you don't say. You'll never be heard if you don't say. Just gotta get out your own way. You can't learn to fly on your own if you don't let go. Step out of the shadows into the fire. Don't be afraid to go out on a wire. Live in the moment, turn it louder. This is what you're made for. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be F-E-A-R-L-E-S-S. Fearless.
Did you wait too long? Tell him that you love him, but he's already gone, darling. Did you make two wrongs? Know that daddy never made a right before, darling. You were never made to be the judge, darling. He never changed his way for me to budge, darling. It's feeling like a cold dark winter, the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave, yeah. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave. One day I'll be everything you ever wanted. Until then I'll be out here fighting like it's nothing. Through the cold dark winter. Or did you say goodbye, knowing damn well everybody gon' die someday? Did you waste my time, knowing damn well we can press rewind? One day I'll be everything you ever wanted. Until then I'll be out here fighting like it's nothing. Through the cold dark winter. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave, yeah. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave. One day I'll be everything you ever wanted. Until then I'll be out here fighting like it's nothing. Through the cold dark winter, it's feeling like a cold dark winter. It's feeling like a cold dark winter. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave. Yeah. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave. Yeah. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave.
What can you say when love goes away that hasn't been said before? I have no rhyme that's different this time. There's no words to sing anymore. I haven't a clue why you went away. I only know you are gone. And I sit alone, my heart by the phone. And so I just listen to rain as it falls to the ground and washes the day away. Nothing to show and no place to go. So here in my room I stay. I don't know that I could forget you, no matter how hard I try. I'm all alone and honestly I don't know why. I just listen to rain as it falls to the ground and washes the day away. Nothing to show and no place to go. So here in my room I stay. I don't know that I could forget you, no matter how hard I try. I'm all alone, and honestly I cannot believe all the tears that I've cried. I'm all alone, and honestly I don't know why.
booked our flights. Let's go see a show in Mexico, yeah. Laugh and dance all night. We should fly right over the sea. Take my hand to another land, girl, just you and me. Breakfast here and dinner there, we flow with the breeze. We can do this anywhere, never place you wanna see, yeah. Few days in Tokyo, weekend in Spain. Out there in Ibiza, chilling all day with your feet up. Don't matter where we go, always stays the same. I got you and you got me, girl. That'll never change. That'll never change. We should ride a bike round Amsterdam. Feel the breeze taking the sights. Hand in hands through the streets of Paris, girl. Having fun by candlelight. Maybe we could take the train to London. I've got some real good friends out there. Maybe we could check out Strasbourg and Barcelona. Our love can take us anywhere. We should fly right over the sea. Take my hand to another land, girl, just you and me. Breakfast here and dinner there, we flow with the breeze. We can do this anywhere, never place you wanna see, yeah. Few days in Tokyo, weekend in Spain. Out there in Ibiza, chilling all day with your feet up. Don't matter where we go, always stays the same. I got you and you got me, girl. That'll never change. Few days in Tokyo, weekend in Spain. Out there in Ibiza, chilling all day with your feet up. Don't matter where we go, always stays the same. I got you and you got me, girl. That'll never change. That'll never change. That'll never change. That'll never change.
Once in a while I dream. Once in a while I think of you. I reminisce on days gone by when you and I were new. Once in a while I dream, hoping that you'd return to me. But I know that you're not coming back, so once in a while I dream. Each moment passes like hours. Each day is dark as the night. Since we have ended, I just pretend I have a reason to live. It's sad how the seasons change. Sad how the feelings go away. once in a while I dream. So sad how the seasons change. Sad how the feelings go away. We were in love, but now it's over. So once in a while I dream. Pardon my plea, but would you allow if once in a while I dream?
I hear you been asking about me, where I've been and where I sleep. It's hard to find me if you really want to. Turns past that takes a cool sign. Same ball cap, same old boots, trying to outrun the thought of you. But understand the truth don't stop. You can't live in a town this small. You can change your mind, but not your past. Every mile just feels like moving half. You can change my name in your phone. You can't leave in a town this small. I moved on, but not too far. Just down the road from who we are. You can change your hair, change your street, but you can't outrun the memories. Nah, I ain't mad, I just laugh sometimes. How love can fade, but this town stays mine. They say small towns just don't forget. I guess you're right about that. You can change your mind, but not your past. Every mile just feels like moving fast. You can change my name in your phone. You can't leave in a town this small. Every red light still knows your car. Every porch light still breaks my heart. You can back it up, girl, burn it all. You can't leave in a town this small. Don't go too far when it's written in the counting stars. I try leaving, tried it all. You can't leave in a town this small. Yeah. Ooh. You can change your mind, but not your past. Every mile just feels like moving half. You can change my name in your phone. You can't live in a town this small. Every red light still knows your car.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got to take a big, deep breath. You're catching the Elixir Cup 2026 with Gareth and Inflict. And man, oh man, have we ever seen some crazy games today so far. We saw a very quick map number 1 into a very slow map number 2 going into, I believe it was 3 rounds of overtime. But regardless, you are going to be catching the Elixir Esports sponsored tournament. So huge shout out to them, and as well as all the staff and construction involved with their new Clark Key location, which is in fact where all of these players are playing right now. So, I mean, hey, if you want to check out a quality game experience, make sure you check out their newest location. We'll talk about that a little bit later, because right now we got to break down the first couple maps as well as the prize pool that this event has to offer. Because, man, oh man, let me tell you, there is some big bucks going around, and these players are going to be winning $2,000 for the first place prize. The second place prize is going to be winning $1,000, and of course, the third place might be third in in the tournament, but will definitely be first in our hearts, is going to be winning that $500 bounty. And of course, as the addition additional rewards for myself and Inflict to dish out is the most valuable player, the MVP award, or the certified GOAT status award. And Inflict, I want to give you the floor, man. How were maps number 1 and 2?
Map number 1, complete blowout from one team, and map number 2, a completely opposite story. We saw it go the distance, complete regulation, 3 OTs for NUS to close it out. I mean, this is as good a grand finals as you could have asked for. We get all 3 maps, we get a team dominating a map, we get the series going to the point of 3 OTs as well. It has delivered on every front. We've had clutches, absolutely obnoxious clutches, might I add, 2v5s, 1v3s, 3Ks, almost in a few 4Ks there. We're only left with an ace that would complete the whole bingo, but we may just get it on Lotus, hopefully, fingers crossed. But we are going to be looking at the agent select here. Any anticipations, Gareth, right off the bat?
Well, you know what? Definitely the Vice. And something we were talking about before map 1 even started was, of course, the Vice being a very popular pick on this map. You've got the flashes, you've got the walls. It's basically like a Cypher, but you have actual damage in your kit. So I do actually really like the Vice pick. And of course, the Raze Fade combo, basically you can't really go a game without it because it makes Rubble a breeze to fight over. But you really get a lot of interesting stuff around these controller and duelist picks because Viper is super popular on this map, yet Zenol Gaming opting for a much more aggressive comp in the form of that Omen.
Yeah, it seems like Zenol, they want to keep their pacing going. Wise is going to be able to enable 12 all the more. You have Kimchi mentality as well with the paranoia. So everything, it seems like, is going to revolve around that double duel setup. It makes a lot more sense for Esmond to lock in that Raze yet again here. Every single agent that you have on board is going to be on the more aggressive front of their role. On the other side, actually, it seems like we may just have another mirror comp on our hand. NUS completely sticking to the same thing. Their aggression has been a little bit janky, quite frankly. Kanzan, he's had his good moments, he's had his bad moments as well. JJ, same goes for him. But Yangtze, he came alive in a big way last map, and Fade doesn't allow that to happen as much though. Sky can set herself up a little bit better than a Fade can.
True.
A Fade is much better at retrieving information from, on a more area. It doesn't have a Trailblazer, it doesn't stun anybody. Sure, the Haunt can provide a couple of good engagements. That is if it lands on a couple of players. But other than that, it's not like it's setting herself up, but it's mostly used to set other people up. So I'm not sure if Yangtze can once again find the same value as it did on map 2.
Yeah, it's very, very true. And, just kind of speaking to the Zenol Gaming players, obviously we saw a lot of crazy plays, but especially highlighting Mr. 12, because to say he was going ballistic is an understatement. Correct me if I'm wrong. He had more than 30 kills on that map. I want to say 35, but don't fact check me on that one, because at this point, 12 has been definitely the sharpest shooter on Zenol, getting, multi-kill after multi-kill after Bladestorm after Bladestorm, and Esmond as well. No, 29 kills. Okay, so not quite as cool as 35 kills, but still, regardless, the MVP for Zenol Gaming, and of course Esmond on the patented Raze, once again being able to make these site executes a lot easier for Zenol Gaming, as well as hitting some crazy showstoppers. But I do think that's the real point of contention is definitely going to be probably Kimchi, who is likely going to be rocking the Vice for this team.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see how he plays around. He's had quite a few of his own, solo moments where he's gotten a few 3Ks. But, I mean, 12 may not have gotten 35 kills in that map, but he's very close to getting 50 kills collectively, by the way, across the first 2 maps. He will very easily break that point. The question is whether or not he'll get past the 60 kill mark, which is extremely impressive. Averaging 20 frags across 3 maps speaks volumes about a player's performance. We're not going to waste any more time. We're going to head straight into Lotus. The pistol round should be underway soon. Zenol 12, they're looking at 12 to lead the charge up front, and it seems like the defenders were themselves wanting to get aggressive down at B.
Yeah, look at this push up already from Team NUS. They're looking for it. Adapting it just to find it.
And Kong to be challenged all by himself.
Wow.
Oh, Paranoia combined with the Seeker.
I mean, it's the execute is here. Asmon finding the opener. Unfortunately, Kazan reloading at the wrong time. Yanxi gets domed by 12. And now, I mean, Alphen and JJ, what have you got left? It's a 2v4. Still very doable from what we've seen in this tournament so far. But against 12, you got to be sweating quite a bit as that Sheriff rips JJ in half. Alphen able to find 1 kill, but I think the damage has been done. And 12 holding a very steady line. Gonna dash away, but it just doesn't matter. His Kimchi mentality able to take down and win that Omen gap once again.
First struck is going to be from Zenol Gaming, and 12 again with a 2k to kick things off. And yes, really couldn't find a lot of value. It was a bit of a gamble play, you know, sending 3 players down in the middle. Adept immediately claiming that information, telling his team that, okay, you know what, the whole roster almost is rushing right at my face. So make your move, head into A, and they waste no time. And they still remain vigilant, you know, they use the execute, they use the util to clear out the angles, the paranoia and the seekers. But now a 5 stack down at A, and they're gonna get sprayed down. 2 kills found for NUS, but that's all she wrote for them. Zenol, quick second.
A very quick second. It seems like they all lined up for 12, and he was happily able to oblige, just holding down that left click, getting a multi-kill for himself. And you know what? Bladestorm almost online, about halfway done. But of course, Yanxi as well, only 4 points away from that. Nightfall as well. Two very powerful ultimates for taking the site as well. So I do think that Zenol Gaming certainly happy with the start, and this is the first time in this entire series where they have been able to take the first two rounds of a map.
Oh, pushing in further is going to be NUS. It's a one-way smoke, allows Kansan to draw first blood. There have been very far and few occasions where he's outclassed. Well, this is going to be one of them. That's going to be a big shutdown to kick this round off. Zenol already slowed down here. NUS, they can take their sweet time to build this up. They have 75 seconds and a man advantage to work with.
Yeah, Zenol as well. They lost 12, their main duelist, their main flashy space maker as well. So they will have to play this a little bit more carefully. Oh, Kronk gonna continue swinging the numbers in favor of NUS. As Alphen, actually none the wiser that Kimchi is stuck up behind him. I mean, Faith gonna get him through the box. And now the C execute is, I mean, despite being down in numbers, they are able to get a very good exit onto the site. And now Kimchi is gonna spot 2 members of NUS. They have to be careful of this oncoming flank.
JJ is going to step up next. Esmond looking to find that timing, and just as the reload comes through, he peeks out. Now going to swing back, take this double engagement alongside that Omen. He's holding down the angle. They swap positions.
Here.
Jansen coming in from the flank. He's been spotted, but the kill is his to claim. 1 versus 3 now for Kimchi mentality, and he will be shut down by Yangtze. And US get there first.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely able to make a statement on that one on the first full buy for them on this map. Definitely went in their favor, despite Zenol Gaming throwing them for a loop, initially hitting that A site, losing their main duelist, but then doubling back in towards that C site. Definitely caught them off guard, but it wasn't enough to make them win the round. They could be looking at potentially another C hit, but they might also pivot into a B hit, which wouldn't be too awful, considering that NUS does not have a Viper, and that's a lot of the smokes that usually we do see on this map taken away.
Let's make them
Yeah,
dance.
there's going to be a buyback for Zenol though, and this time around, NUS, they're gonna match them at C yet again. Last time, Kansan had found the first blood, but now it's gonna be Esmond who's gonna pick apart his counterpart. But the smoke should keep Zenol at bay, at least for the time being. The rotation has come through, but as the door opens, the Fade has to retreat back to B to keep it safe. It's only a fake from Zenol to keep their attention diverted. The Y is stationed up, anchoring towards A, but haven't exactly found an opening just yet. From the shadows gonna lead the charge in. Kimchi, he'll await an opportunity perhaps. Time being Zenol, they're not shying away from making any noise as of yet. Desmond extremely weakened up. Will only take 1 HP, 1 shot to deplete his HP, but they rotate in B side. Kansan extremely weakened up already.
Spike
They will have to
planted.
shut down this Jet, who's currently waiting in the shadows. I think Esmond knows what's going on. They're going to be dropping down. They can't save the fade. But with this crossfire set up, they are able to shove Alphen back. But wait a minute, Adept able to find Conk lacking. And now this side execute looks to be in favor of Zenol Gaming in a 4v2. We've seen crazier comebacks before, but I do think that that it is going to be a call for NUS to just save.
Yeah, it was going to be an eco for them moving forward. They've already lost the round, so might as well give themselves a better chance heading into the next round. But Zenol, for the time being, they're looking pretty confident and comfortable on this map so far. I mean, the only round that they've lost was their bonus. They didn't exactly have the most pristine arsenal, but still, they'd be pretty happy with how this map has begun. They haven't exactly had the best starts across all, but the last two maps, it has been a little bit contested. But right now, it seems like even despite losing the last map, they are still keeping the momentum going.
100% they are, and you know what? It's probably from all these amazing setups that they have at the Elixir Esports arena over at Clark Key. Because as you know, if you didn't already know, and you can absolutely find more info about it at elixiresports.sg on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. They happen to open their newest location at Clark Key, which is featuring some of the best setups I've ever seen. But we'll yammer about that later, as these ergonomic chairs are very much helping a lot of these players aim to their best ability. But this B execute looks to be in the cards, as Esmond able to shove off two defenders from that site. Will get revealed and tethered and naded, but it's not going to dissuade them.
That's going to go down. It's a 5-on-5 retake, not that we get to see it very often. Nightfall's traded. And so it's a stalemate yet again. A wraparound coming in from JJ, I believe. From Esmond, actually. And US going to try and reclaim. Kansen's gotten one. That's a big hit. Flank shut down. And the reclaim is in. The numbers still in favor of NUS as they reclaim the side last alive. That's not
I mean, they can't stop it. Oh, wait. Okay.
They can.
12. Wait. Hold on a minute. Okay.
Be kidding me.
12 almost pulling that off was absolutely ridiculous. That was a potentially one round for Zenol. A big investment from 12, not able to win the round with that Blade Storm, but definitely a good hero play nonetheless, as they just barely won that round. And even though, again, they did win it, their economy is not the greatest, as they're essentially just forcing now.
Yeah, they lost quite a lot of the players. I mean, 4 of their players ended up dying by the end. So they're going to have to buy in. I mean, it seems like they've managed to put together a good purchase regardless. And same goes for Zenol. A big win for NUS anyway. That was the Nightfall alongside the Blade Storm that got depleted from Zenol. So 2 ultimates taken away and a round 1. Kansen now, he's going to pull out his own ultimate as he leads the charge down towards C. The Wise stuck into a corner. They may not check. Okay, Kansen goes out swinging. He will fall. And that's 3 kills found for Zenol. A-side completely taken over. No success to be found for NUS except for that singular frag down at middle so far. But a UE4 looks a little too difficult as one player's positioning gets confirmed. And I believe at this point, both of them may just have been spotted. There you go. Yeah, that raises for sure seen both the remaining players. And so it will have to be a call to back off and save these rifles yet again for NUS.
I mean, it's a great defense from... oh, wait a minute. They might be looking for more. Actually, it's Kimchi. I mean, you got to check the left, man. They're not going to expect Alphen to be right there, able to collect a bit of a freebie. Kimchi feeling a little bit too confident, but this is map 3. There's no second chances after this one. There is $1,000 on the... $2,000 on the line, mind you.
Yeah, Zenol, they're liking their odds with it. Beautiful indeed. Money situation now a little puzzling for NUS. They do have a couple of players with rifles, so do you buy around them? Do you try to provide as much value and help them out as much as possible, or do you keep the money stacked and just work with pistols, see if anything works out in your favor? And it seems like they'll choose the former. We see 2 more rifles bought up, so they're going all into this round. They do have 3 ultimates, just being 1 ult point away as well. So if they can get any of those could come in real handy.
Yeah, JJ, look at that. Showstopper already online, which Zenol, very happy to group up in these fights. Might be their undoing if they aren't careful on this C site, which is one of the smallest sites on this map. It's going to be perfect for a showstopper from JJ. if they can manage to get there in time. Flank coming down from Sasuke.
Ooh, there's the showstopper, and not a stack this time around. One player spotted, and it's a free kill. Courtesy
Oh my
of that
goodness.
Seeker. There's retaliation though. Sasuke and 12 combined for a couple. 3 versus 3 still entry. Not gonna be easy, and a flank in for Kimchi to get to.
Oh, it's not enough, but it's absolutely what Zenol needed to try to push this in their favor. Now in a 2v1, have to tap the spike, but they know what's going on. And they're going to be pulling up the smoke at the wrong time. That Sasuke's there to get the exit frag yet again. Zenol Gaming 5-2 in this map number 3. Oh my goodness. It was a beautiful steel garden play from the side of Team NUS, but come on, man, that flank was absolutely poetic. Hit all the right targets at all the right times and just completely shut down whatever post-plant situation Team NUS tried to cook up. And that was a huge investment as well.
Yeah, we do not see flanks pay off as well as that one did for Kimchi, and now Zenol, they look to go aggressive towards A here. We have Adept once again looking for that flank, and he will once again spot quite a few of those players. Outlaw delivering 1 frag, now to be challenged by a lot more players as he's trying to retreat, and he gets another. Then there's the third.
Oh,
He
give him
has
the ace.
shut down this round all by himself. The ace has been denied, but with only 2 players left alive, Zenol, this is going to be an easy 6th for them.
It
Surely.
looks to be. I mean, the Outlaw not the best at pushing a site, I will say. Even as a low-ranked player myself, I don't think you're going to find a lot of mileage out of that one. And Kimchi going to be able to secure, like you were saying, that 6th round for Zenol Gaming, bringing us to a pretty swift and a pretty dominant first half so far. There is still room to improve, but Team NUS, at the very best situation, you've gone even in this first half.
Yeah. Gamage Mentality leading the charge as a controller as well. 11 frags on him, 12 not shying away though. He's keeping his consistent form up. 9 frags, the contender for MVP right now from Zenol is continuing to show up big time for his team, more than 2 KD, and he's now gonna look for more down here at A. Right around the corner is his counterpart, the Jet. Kanzen has been performing decently well so far in this map, but the NUS refusing to give up any space. The smoke has kept Zenol at bay, but they're starting to lose players. It's a one-on-one trade that actually goes down, and 12 tested again, and he's succeeding. Will get picked, but it's a 3 versus 3. Kimchi wrapping around Bonk. He steps a little further and gets picked apart yet again.
They weren't expecting Kimchi, who found yet another flank from the shadows, going to be invested as well. So now Team NUS in a 2v3. They do have a lot of information to work with, but are they going to be able to find Alphen? No, they aren't. As Esmond now, I'll be pushing this into a 1v3 in favor of Zenol Gaming. I mean, it's looking really rough. They are going to be able to get the plant down for a free ult point, but JJ, I think it's just a call to save it, a very slow call to save at that, with this round just kind of ticking away.
Yeah, this train wreck doesn't need any more passengers. He'll get out when he has the chance. And Zenol, they aren't exactly going for a hunt either. Their finances are pretty good actually, but they're content with letting NUS keep at least 1 rifle. Money's broken on their side. They are not going to be able to have a full purchase next round.
Yeah, and even though JJ wasn't really in the spotlight, his shield did take quite a bit of damage. So if he wants to stay at tip-top shape for the next round coming up, he'll still have to invest quite a lot of credits for that heavy shield, which obviously not going to be feeling the best because you're already down in credits. And yes, you managed to save the rifle, which is great, but you're still going to need to put up some money if you want to stay alive in this round. And Zenol Gaming take yet another round to their names.
Yeah, so far it's been a dominant map. 3 Zenol starting to play a lot more like that map 1 performance that we saw from them earlier. Map 2 was a little more close. That may have been NUS's map pick. I'm not too certain about that. But Zenol, so far, they're looking like they're in rhythm. They're in sync as well. 12 is having a good day. Kimmich finding those timings. If they can just stick to these protocols, keep this flow and pacing of the game going, then I don't think they're going to have a lot of trouble concluding this grand final soon.
It's certainly a point to be brought up here as We take a look at a bit of a slower map. Actually, never mind. I'm going to eat my words as Adept gets gunned down by JJ, and the C execute is actually going to be popping right off. They have to be careful of those thorns. Thankfully, they are able to Mario jump over those bad boys, but Conk in a very rough situation, and Kimchi holding the flank as the solo defender. Oh, he gets gunned down by Kazan. Trying to find a shot, but now Esmond, over to you. You got to hold off 15 defenders that are crunching you, and also got to worry about Conk, who might be taken out by 12, and Kazan able to take out Sasuke. Now they got to take out Waterfall, able to find the 4K, and the ace will be denied by Alphen.
That's just
Team
the
NUS.
That's just the caster curse coming in, it feels like, because there was no way they should have lost that round.
Right.
NUS didn't have proper weaponry. They just collected one gun, one kill at a time, and they rolled with it. That full 4-man flank eventually works out. Zenol were caught off guard, and Kimmich, he tried to recover. I mean, Adept had gotten information on, I believe, 2 to 3 players at the very least. But Kimmich did not anticipate them to rush down straight away. And he even tried to use his ult to get out, but it was a little bit too late there. But as we're getting closer to the tail end of this first half, Zenol, they could still grow this lead exponentially and put themselves in a very favorable situation moving into the second half.
I do think so, and you know, as Zenol, it's important to not get too comfortable with these wins, because you have to worry about Kazan with an operator, as well as the Omen hiding behind the boxes. I don't think they suspect Alphen there, and he's going to make himself known pretty early. Sasuke going to find a trade, but that's actually Nightfall committed, but nothing landed.
They strong out.
Oh,
Yancy stepping in, and Nightfall in return there as well. JJ gets a frag. That's going to leave only 2 behind. Zenol, this is not looking as clean. Kimchi's fallen. And well, NUS, one of their cleaner rounds on Lotus as of yet.
Yeah, I gotta. I have to agree. Team NUS looking very, very dominant there. But, you know, this is a defender-sided map, so I'm wondering if Zenol Gaming, you know, maybe they're just not feeling the attacker side, because as we've seen from NUS, they really do like to play defense as if they were Paper X. Yeah, and, you know, obviously, right, like all these players are in Singapore. They're learning from some of the best, as a lot of these defender pushouts are finding a lot of kills onto Zenol. And, I mean, you don't really expect a defender to be pushing up all the way into your spawn, but, you know, lo and behold, here we are.
Last round of the half. Ooh. Either going to be 7-5 or 8-4. Either way, Zenol have a lead in the second half. Fast towards a lot of defense here available for NUS, but they're all outside of the side. They're gonna not resist, but okay, that's an opening found. Wise ultimate coming in as well. That should take away the guns from NUS, but they step back into safety. Spike going down, and Adept gets another. Man advantage claimed, and it grows even further. Kong trying to step in from behind the flanks a little bit too late. He does have Kansan alongside him, but I'm not sure if they're going to be allowed to gain any more space. Now, there's confirmation about both players being present, so his smoke is immediately dropping in. It's a one-way. And
Sasuke once again.
Easy.
And now Conk just left to try to spam through the smoke. Can't quite make it happen. It's just going to be, you know, shooting fish in a barrel as Kimchi takes yet another to his name.
Switching sides.
8-4. And yes, if they want their chances of this grand finals to be looking good or even decent, not good, honestly, they need to win this pistol. Otherwise, Zenol, they win the pistol, they're likely looking at a 10-4, and mounting a comeback from such a scoreline becomes a little bit too difficult.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the 9-3 curse is off the table. Team NUS won one too many rounds, so they will not be able to rely on superstitions as we head into this this first attack half for NUS. It looks like Zenol is going to be looking to give them a taste of their own medicine with a push out from B.
Back to pistols we go. NUS have had great success on these rounds. Can they replicate it? Zenol having won the first on this map. Oh, the paranoia, it's beautiful, but it doesn't convert into a frag. A paranoia and retaliation from NUS. They have the man advantage to kick things off. No flanks being developed this time, but Kansan is going to try and figure out if anybody eventually decides to step in. 12 looking to make a cheeky play here, perhaps. Wise stationed up to clear his angle. Kimchi, buddy, walk back if you like your life.
I mean, that is going to paint the picture for NUS. They will be able to find where all these defenders are hiding, and it will be the A site. But 12 as well, actually going to be backing off of that C angle for a safer rotate. You know, they're already down a player. They can't risk anything else because, you know, like you're saying, NUS has to win this pistol round. If they don't, it is likely wraps for Zenol, who is able to find it once again as Kazan takes out 3 in this round so far. Maybe this is going to be the ace that you've been looking for. But it's actually going to be another call to hit the C site. It's Kazan looking for more, but 12 going to shut it down. 2v4. We've seen a 2v5 almost come to fruition in map number 2. We'll see if we can happen on pistols, but with no util left, no energy, and very little health, and just some sheriffs. What is there left in the tank?
Sheer mechanical skill. That's all that they have on their side. And ooh, Kimchi spotted 2 and will get picked off. Kong plays aggressively, and Alfin with a classic shot, impressive at that range, to finish 12 off. And NUS, and a very necessary win for them to keep themselves in the mix. But Zenol, they're gonna have to fight a little bit extra to surmount a win this time.
Absolutely, and you know, we saw this in map number 2 as well. Zenol, they were running away with the first half, but then of course Team NUS, they were able to fight back, and Zenol maybe got a little bit too confident in their wins, got a little bit too comfy, just kind of sat back and wanted to play KDAs and go clip farming, and unfortunately it didn't go their way, and we could be seeing a similar story as I do believe this round is heavily going to be favoring Team NUS.
That is the natural order of tactical shooters. You lose the pistol, you have to concede the next. Zenol, they're obviously going to try and put up a fight. They've tagged down Adept quite a lot, but Adept already weakened up, and that puts him at a difficult spot, so he'll need backup. 12 walking in. They're not going to see any action just yet as NUS starting to make their move towards the A side. Esmond, he's lucky to be alive right now. That shot went by his ear. And
yeah, it's not going to take him out quite yet, but another very quiet round. They're down to a minute, and they haven't made much progress at all. As I say that, I mean, the Arc Rose is going to be destroyed. That's one flash down, but Esmond sees something's coming up. He's going to back off. Kimchi from Hobbit might have a paranoia lined up, but again, it's another call to keep working the map. They've only got 40 seconds. They need to hurry this up. And at some point, I mean, Adept taken down very, very low. 50 seconds until another flash. I think it's safe to say he's just a classic at this point. Nothing left in the tank.
oh, timing
12.
to scope out, not exactly the best. And he's fallen as well. Esmond, the only one having gotten a kill for Zenol. They're falling left and right. Kimchi steps in. 2v3.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Esmond last alive. He'll throw out the outlaw. Yeah, he'll throw it out the outlaw.
Actually, yeah, I like that play a lot. Gonna just, you know, throw it out there, make sure that they can't get it no matter what. And probably just try to deny the gun from Yangtze. As we try to go gun diving, but it's just, you know, it's sunk down to the bottom. We can't see it. And now Esmond probably just going to be looking for exit frags as Yangtze. Looking to step in with that sheriff and takes him out anyways. But he will not be able to recover his gun.
Oh, he's picked up a Guardian. You could argue it's a little better than Outlaw depending on what your preference is. You know, if you prefer a scope weapon, sure, Outlaw is better. Otherwise, Guardian can has a pretty nice headshot delivery. But Zenol now getting back the rifles. So this should, in theory, be a little bit more easier for them. This could get their momentum going and building up in the second half. But if not, NUS would be likely looking at a tied-up scoreline. This could be a monumental round for either of these teams in the grand finals.
It absolutely could, as this round advantage for Zenol Gaming seems to dwindle more and more as this game goes on. They are going to try a bit of a different start here. Maybe looking for a flank. They could be able to catch that. They could be able to catch Conk off guard if they manage to hold W here and get 12 to hold that mound line. But this, I mean, they're going to have to look for an advantage quickly as this A site is currently being run over with Adept, just barely avoiding the flash. Oh,
free kill.
Find one.
Down A.
Quick on the trade. That's a spike fallen, so NUS, they are going to try and pick it up immediately. Kimmich good on the shots. JJ trying to fight this aggressively. Sees barely the head, and he's managed to pick up 2. possibly up for an ace. Find the final couple, and Sasuke, he's been spotted. Looking for the fourth, but this time around he gets picked off. 2 versus 2, clock ticking down. 12, he's gonna have to make this approach a little bit faster. Just around the corner is Kong, not the most best weapon on him, but he delivers a headshot anyway. 1 versus 2 for Sasuke, 60 HP on him. He's looking to play aggressively, and he'll get sprayed down from Kong. NUS just 1 away from tying up the score.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal patience, and again, the coordination and the mental fortitude from this team is just absolutely ridiculous. It does not matter how many rounds they are down, they will still find a way back into the game. And as Team Xenol, again, we've been saying it before, like, you got too comfy with your wins. Now you've got to put that. Now you're being tested. You have this team that is just reading you like a book, playing you like a fiddle, and all you have is to just lose the rounds. You've got to come back swinging.
So far, no success found on the second half. They're back down to pistols all across the board. And so they're going to try and rush down the seaside. There are smokes available, and they will be dropped immediately, but not before Kansan gets a frag. And now they can retreat. NUS, they have a man advantage. Xenol stationed up aggressively towards A. But they'll be walking into their death, it seems like, barely dodging that shot. Esmond walks back. Starting to feel the pressure. He may go for a repeat, but that outlaw awaits it. So it certainly isn't going to be easy. He's actually just holding down the corner. Here's present for Xenol down at B. The Seeker not spotting anything. Keeps things a little more favorable. And oh, that's big! Esmond has gotten a headshot. He can pick up the outlaw. In fact, actually, he'll just back off. Not give away his life, and the push in down towards C again.
Oh, the showstopper gonna annihilate Kimchi, and now this the seaside for NUS looking very, very happy. And 12, unfortunately, not able to be quick enough on the draws. JJ takes him down. Now stuck in a 2v5. Xenol, you got to start to sweat at this point because, I mean, they're coming out from all around you, catching you when you've got your util out, just spraying through the wall, waiting for a flank. And Kazan, once again, able to take another. And Esmond, trying to find anything, will be shot down by Alphen once again. 8-8 in favor of no one.
All tied up. 4 consecutive wins for NUS and Xenol. It seems like we may have another split on our hands given the scoreline. They had an advantageous first half, but then everything just seemingly starting to go wrong for them. This is again their rifle round. The momentum, though, completely in NUS's favor. So Xenol, unless they stop this bleeding soon, the second half may just be a one-sided affair.
Yeah, I certainly think so. And look at this execute right off the bat. Able to find a nice kill, but 12 going to be able to shut it down with a double kill. I mean, now they're starting to get into a groove, not able to find the triple, wanting to play it safe. Alphen finding a return, but now, I mean, it's still 3v3. NUS looking to back up and try to hit the C site as the Vice has creeped up all the way, basically on just past Mound, and they've gone completely uncontested.
Flash is out. Kimchi's prepared for this angle. Timing a little bit awkward. Gong steps in. The site is his now. NUS, man advantage yet again. 12 though, still alive. He's still having a good game, but hasn't been able to pick up any rounds. Taken out of the equation. Last alive is going to be Adept. 1v3. And that smoke essentially guarantees that he'll not be able to find anything of this round, so he'll walk back, save this rifle, as Xenol's economy is once again going to be broken up entirely.
Yeah, and this is all but going to confirm the next few rounds for Team NUS. I mean, it's a good call from Adept to not want to feed a null point into this this ravaging machine that is Xenol Gaming, but at the same time, if you are an Xenol Gaming, you're going to have to figure out something because you have lost back-to-back rounds in this half where you looked so dominant coming into it. And, you know, Adept just trying to get some target practice on these walls. But, you know, it's just so tough because Xenol, like I said before, they looked so dominant coming into this first half, and especially the second half as well. But now they've lost, I believe, a slew of rounds that have just not gone in their favor. Look at that. That's like 5 rounds back-to-back. They've just had no answer for it. And at this point, you're just wondering, what do they have left?
Yeah, it seems like they're going for a force here. not a full force, it seems like. One player's on Stinger. It's a bit of a mixed person. It's got quite a confusing one. And that 12 is going to play with his Blade Storm, so he'll at least have credits moving into the next round. Probably may want to buy that Operator. But a fast approach down from A. They're going to spot nothing as NUS have a lot more invested towards the C anchor position. They're going to walk back as Konk is starting to feel this heat.
Okay, bit of a slower take. No one's dead yet, which is a current record for this map. So drones are going to be popped, but Adept is going to get sniped out immediately by Kazan. The flash as well, just to secure that kill. But now, I mean, if you are Sasuke, you just have to wait. Maybe try to find a pick for that Nightfall, which is only 1 point away from coming online. But that spike goes down. And now Team NUS, they just play contact at this point. JJ might be able to get eliminated by a rocket from Esmond, who is able to find yet another pick back into this game. But Kazan, I mean, he's been a monster so far on this map, but can they win against 12? Who's going to turn at the right time? And a couple knives go wide, but it doesn't matter. They are able to find it, and Zeno not out of the fight just yet. This is how legends are made. And Yanksy takes out another, he takes out a second, but 12 and Esmond are going to be able to push over for this potential round. And I mean, 12, they just got to win this round, but now Alphen going to be able to save the round once again for Team NUS. You cannot believe it.
With a classic.
With a classic, no less, in a 1v2 clutch in a post-play situation. 5 seconds on the line. They get it down to half, but it does not matter. This guy is just absolutely on top of the world.
Honestly, after seeing 12's performance on map 1 and map 2, alongside Esmond on map 1 as well, he was very impressive. I did not think that NUS were going to stand much of a chance. But now they have shut all of us up, 3 rounds away from victory. Zenol, this may just be their last proper purchase, and Ganzen is already looking to shut this down. And first blood drawn, weakens up another. 12 runs away with his life.
He's able to get away, but Esmond in a pretty solid off angle. I don't think they know he's there, but the firing squad of Team NUS is just staring down this site. Zenol getting a little bit too aggressive as 12 is going to have to run all the way over to C site. Suspecting it's a hit, but I don't think they realize it. They might have been duped.
Now, overreading into the situation here, Sasuke, he's holding the cross. Ganzen will be the first aggressor, but he's weakened up, so he'll need assistance. Hence, you see these players walk up near the wall, and in they go. 2 players speaking, and Sasuke couldn't even get one. And US looking primed for their 11th victory. Adept gonna try and disrupt it from behind, but he's pinched in, spotted, and found. Elfin finishes them off, and Esmond and 12 may just look to save these last couple of guns because a 2v5, sure, Zenol have done it before, but this one seems a little too unlikely.
I do happen to agree. This 1v1 is actually going to go the way of the Zen. Also 2v4, maybe it's still doable, but 12 only, 45 health in the tank. Not a whole lot to work with. He's just going to try to look for some exit frags as they're just kind of spraying into the smoke. And Esmond's probably going to make a call to double up with 12. I'm still not dead. They are able to find another. I think it's a little bit too late to defuse the spike and still work it up B sites safely, that is. But maybe they can find a couple of extra frags. JJ looking to push him. 12 not looking at the right angle at the right time. Can't quite find it on the Omen. And now the action's still not done. Almost finding another fight, but Team NUS 2 rounds away from sweet, sweet victory and $2,000.
Timeout called. I believe this is the first of the whole series, except for a tech timeout earlier. It's a rare occasion, and I didn't expect one would be needed by Zenol. But
yeah, I mean, it might be
backs against the wall. Yeah.
Might be a little too late, if I'm not going to lie. Team NUS, they've only got 2 rounds left. And, during this timeout, they're probably talking about, whatever Zenol's talking about. But if we had to give any predictions, I would assume that NUS is just looking to cycle these ultis, right? They have the Blade Storm for 1 round. Maybe they also want to commit the Steel Garden because this is going to be a forced buy from the side of Zenol Gaming. Strip away literally every single advantage they have. And then just try to get the Showstopper online for JJ just to kind of tie up this game in a nice little bow. low. And then on the side of Zenol Gaming, I don't even know what conditions they could be working for, aside from that Steel Guardian and Nightfall that are very close to being online.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's not looking pretty to summarize it. Zenol,
No.
they don't have a lot going for them. Two ultimates online, the Nightfall and From the Shadows. Arguably, From the Shadows is probably the least effective ones. Like, sure, it can grant you information, but mostly you only find one or two. It's you people usually go on a hunt if From the Shadows is used, so the flanks aren't exactly as effective either, unless done within chaos. But now this mixed purchase, this forced buy from Zenol, it would have to work to keep them alive. Otherwise, they will be broke and facing off against Tournament Point.
Yeah, it's certainly very rough to be in Zenol Gaming seats, looking so dominant, but that Bladestorm is going to be popped, actually, which could make this Seaside a little bit more deadly, as Asmund might be on the receiving end pretty soon. They're creeping up, takes a big chunk of damage. And now the side execute looking to be pretty darn easy for NUS as they're just running straight into it. Probably going to be taking an exit over towards Tree. As you see a bit of a mount scuffle on the other side of the map.
JJ and 12 may just say a greeting to each other soon. But before that happens, it seems like Sasuke will be the first one to engage. JJ clears the corner, but he gets found instead. Zenol, just the start that they needed. The job's not done. 3v5. Spike getting planted over here at B. Ultimates available for Kong and Yangtze. Alphin is just one away as well. Yangtze getting aggressive and he's found a kill. Numbers equalized. 3 versus 3. And Nightfall now going to push Sasuke into an awkward angle, but he continues with the battle. He's been brought down. Kong uses his ult. This should force Zen all the way. Kimchi popping onto the
goodness.
He's sticking it.
Oh my goodness. Does he figure it out? They don't figure it out. I don't think they'll have enough time to stop it. Gets his gun back and he just blasts the Vise away. And now in a 1v1, Alphin once again takes it with another beautiful clutch for Team NUS.
Match point.
Match and series point. I mean, those $2,000 just so very close to Team NUS's pockets. All they've got to do is just play the econ in game, and then they get all the econ in real life. And it's just looking very, very good because this buy from Zenol is just not the greatest. They are able to force out quite a bit, but with 3 light shields, this operator is going to be putting in work from Kazan.
Do or die, quite literally. And 12. He's asked for one of his wonders, one of his miracle plays.
Yeah.
But he's not being given the chance. NUS much more aware of what awaits on the other end now. And he's been spotted. Location known to the exact point, and so he'll back off. Paranoia doesn't land. And so a fast rotation coming in from the shadows utilized as well. 3 players present, a flank being set up by Asmund, but he's being vigilant, not over-aggressing.
Yeah, it's a
NUS
good
are
call.
yet to make a commitment.
But look at this, Kazan not able to scope in at the right time. Asmund able to find an opener from the brink of defeat. What else have they got is Conk trying to win a gunfight from backside. Has to destroy that flower, and now it's going to be looking like a C hit is in the cards once again.
The wall should be triggered here. So they'll have to wait this out for a little bit.
30 seconds
With 30 seconds on the clock, this could make things a little bit more complicated. The door opened up as to bait out some transition, and with the ult out, this should deprive them of their guns, but they still can't be stopped. They don't have time to stop either. The pistols are not going to let them find any value, and so Zenol, they put up a flawless to finally get their first win of the second half.
I mean, it's certainly a win that's needed after a slew of wins from Team NUS, but this just goes to show how powerful this team really, really is, because even after a timeout, even after losing, I believe it's 8 rounds back to back to back, you were in the driver's seat for so long just to lose it all, but still keep a cool head, just goes towards this coordination that you've been talking about this entire tournament. Team very happy with that win, but is it going to be enough to push them to victory?
At least they have a good arsenal now. The Do they have the shots behind
Oh my
it?
goodness.
4v4, JJ has found a depth. Seaside left all up to 12. And, ooh, Sasuke is going to keep the numbers intact, but 12's gone. He will have no say in what could be the final round of this tournament. Spike getting planted. Kimchi, you've been beautiful with your timings, but I'm not sure if he'll be allowed to do so again.
Oh my
One player
goodness.
spotted. He's behind the rest of the two as well.
Oh,
Two
it's over.
headshots provided. Kimchi may have just done enough to keep the
I mean,
stop
what
going.
a beautiful flank. Once again, this guy has been on point with all of that flank action. And man, oh man, yet another round. I mean, not quite a flawless round, but definitely a very solid round nonetheless, with two members surviving. And now the economy shifting once again, but this is going to be a guaranteed overtime if Zenol push it to a 12-12.
Timeout called, and I'm pretty sure it was from NUS this time. They need a breather. And honestly, at this point, so do we. This has been a
Right.
very close affair. All of these rounds.
It has
delivering
indeed
to its
been
fullest.
a very, very tense tournament. But of course, you know, all these gamers, they're probably, working up a sweat as well as working up a hunger. And man, oh man, let me tell you, that Elixir has you covered. Because if you're looking to game at one of the best places in Singapore, not only do they have quality hardware, they have complimentary blankets and slippers so that you make yourself feel right at home. And not only that, they also have basically an in-house Uber, because you order stuff inside the gaming cafe and they bring it right to your room. And speaking of the rooms, they got these amazing solo rooms where you can stream your Kick and or Twitch out of. If you have a duo, make sure that you book off a couples room, because they also have that covered. And you know what, even if you're bringing all your friends along for a nice 5-stack evening, they have you covered too with their premium 5-stack rooms. And you know, all these rooms are kitted out with some of the best hardware in Singapore. They have these 7800 X3D CPUs as well as 5070 graphics cards. So with that all out of the way, I mean, in fact, Inflict, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at another attempt from NUS to claim this tournament as theirs, to be called champions. I mean, the map won after it ended. I honestly did not think NUS were going to be in the race, but they have certainly surprised me. They've surprised everyone, I'm sure. But now, see, NUS, they've changed things up a little bit. 12 now stationed towards B. It's a fast rotate in, and Kansan leading the charge now with a judge. First one to fall. He's going to be in the wall, cuts off JJ from the rest of his squad. Easy pickings from Zenol.
Now Kong, I mean, has a lot of util to work with, but is kind of trapped in this corner as 12 just barely misses that shot. Now Adept. Pretty chill right now. Somehow still alive from all that carnage that just ensued, but Esmond in a nice off angle. Probably going to make them leave and head over towards this A site.
Honk, do away from his ult. And he could possibly get it, but there are 35 seconds on the clock. NUS
30 seconds
rotating isn't exactly on the cards unless they decide to do so in the next 5 seconds, and I don't think they're moving. It just may be a call for a save, actually. They want to hold their position, don't want to go move back, and they don't have a lot of money as well. Next round is going to be the last of regular play, and you want to have your best chances, your best, as many good rifles as many possible.
Very, very true. And wait just a minute. Sasuke stepping up. This could go really, really well or really, really bad. He's going to be opening up into a crossfire, but he's not going to be pushing through the smoke, but they're going to find him anyways. It's another nice kill and an ult point. As again, like you're saying, the last round of normal play. Team NUS, you just got to win one more round, and this is all yours.
Wall set.
It's
over on the
gonna
side
be
of Zenol.
either a second OD and wait, Kimchi, he has his second from the Shadows online again very quickly.
He does, yeah.
I have this.
I wonder how this is going to be used. Look at this, creeping up into 12's op. That is definitely not the starting that they wanted to open with.
Spike down B.
Zenol.
Adept as well.
Oh, they have the spike. It's right in front of their eyes.
Oh,
up to
no.
NUS to try and collect. And Alvin, he picks it up immediately, TPs away. The paranoia should keep him safe, make his exit. Oh, he hasn't picked up the
Here.
spike. He got close, but had to immediately rotate. Kanzen. Are you?
Does he see the barrel?
Yes,
He
oh,
does.
spotted the
That's going to be
barrel.
a very quick kill.
Spike is still in
Still.
danger, though.
Conk with a really, really nice flank angle as everyone is just creeped up around the spike. 50 seconds remains. They're going to have to make something happen. Conk, you got to hold W. Your team needs you desperately. Alpha going to get spammed down through the smoke as Esmond takes another for himself. Pops the showstopper, but won't find a whole lot.
I'll just flash away the
30
wolf.
seconds left.
There's one,
Last
and now it's a
player
crossfire. Sasuke gets the first headshot, and Kanzen, against a very tall order, will fall. 12-12, a good recovery from
Yeah,
Zenol,
buddy.
scoring 4 rounds in a row to send us to another OT.
All right, well, let's see how many rounds of OT that we get, because last time it was 3. This time it could be more, because again, this is the third and final map of the Elixir Cup 2026, and this is going to be another timeout from I mean, I don't even know which team, but whatever they're saying, it has to be the answer, because you know that $2,000 could be yours right here, right now. But man, oh man, any idea what they could be saying?
Honestly, at this point, you just have to calm your nerves. The strategy's gone out of the window. You've played 24 rounds. They both know what each of these teams are doing. So at this point, you just have to keep your aim calm. You make sure you hit your shots. You keep your communications clean, not chaotic. And you just play cohesively. That's what it comes down to in these OTs. Even at the very top of the Valorant competitions, in OTs, strategies aren't as effective. It's a little bit of gambling combined with just the teams that remain the most calm amongst the two that comes out on top usually.
Very, very true. And I think it's going to absolutely come in clutch here, because again, right, nerves are a huge, huge thing, especially on a tournament like this when so much is on the line. But of course, you know, you got to shove all that behind you, right? Let the ergonomic chairs, you know, do a lot of the heavy lifting for your comfort here. Let those nice slippers and blankets do all the heavy lifting for keeping your hands and body warm, because now this is, I mean, this is down to the wire. Again, another OT for this team once again. Zenol Gaming, Team NUS, who is going to rise and who is going to fall?
Five stack outside of C. And Adept, he has called for reinforcement, but I'm not sure if they'll arrive in time. Jet leading the charge, that's going to be 12. He has been spotted, damage dealt, but not lethal enough. Kimchi, the smoke is what separates him from his counterpart, Alpha, and he's made his positioning known, but the smoke fades away, and so does he.
Spike planted.
Just around the corner, spike planted, 5 versus 5 for the post plant activated. And 2 players on the flank trying to set it up. 12 is going to be the one that awaits them around the corner. They may not anticipate it. Kanzen has been baited it.
But look at that one way. Gonna shut out that race from advancing, and that's gonna waste more time. Yanxi able to find another Team NUS in the driver's seat with a beautiful Odin coming in clutch with Sasuke finding 2. Yanxi able to find a 3rd, but what can they do now in a 1v1? Kimchi, what have you got left? And it just doesn't matter. JJ, too quick on the draw, is gonna be able to defuse. Do they have enough time? I don't think we've checked. I think it is gonna be enough time with, oh, actually not quite a lot to spare. Man, oh man, 13-12 now. Team NUS one win away from $2,000. Will they be able to keep this?
NUS. Match point once again. They have been here 4 times already. I mean, they had 4 chances to conclude the map, but they weren't able to fulfill it. Now another redemption
Placing wall trap.
opportunity.
Yes, another redemption arc that is going to be coming down right here, right now. So we'll see where they go with this. I feel like they want to hit a different site, but at the same time, there's such a heavy presence on this A site, and that operator might be what they need to sell the fake.
Oh, what the?
That's a really, I see, that's a little funny lurk smoke that you could do. You just kind of crouch in the ground and nobody can see you until it's too late. That's an interesting smoke. We don't see it a lot, but I do like to see it when it happens.
Yeah, this time around nobody snuck in there, but Zenol, they already have 4 players here. This gamble of theirs could work out pretty well. The setup is looking clean so far. Good start. Yangtze has stepped back into the battle, managing to find one. JJ to help his exit out, but Yangtze has been denied. Spike dropped yet again. A flank being set up, but Kanzen may get caught by 12. Never mind. 12 walks straight into the B side, so Kanzen should be allowed an opportunity. He may get 1 kill for
30
free.
seconds left.
Oh, he's heard the Fade walking behind him. The Seeker does not spot anything, and so he'll try and walk back, wrap around, get that frag. And the Fade, he's sensing his fire sense is tingling.
Oh, this could be a killer angle. He's just got to hold W and just take the shot. That's all he needs. And they're going to be running straight into this. They managed to win it anyway. Kazan whipping out the shorty. Now JJ, they need to try to find an equalizer. But Omen able to get that backstab, and that plant is not going to happen. Zenol Gaming going to shut it down once again with a team ace.
Switching sides.
Another
Overtime.
OD. Both these teams hell bent on trying to win, of course, and that's how it should be. It is a competition after all, but it's just a couple of things that if they go right for either of these teams, the game could have ended already. Zedol timing really has not been in their favor so far, despite their mechanical ability. They're just getting them off so many times. Kimchi Mentality, he's the only one practically who's found better timings. The rest of the squad have just been so unlucky on Zenol Gaming.
Absolutely, and heading into this one, we got about 10 seconds before we count down, and these barriers drops once again. But this time, Zenol is going to be on the aggressive side. So I wonder if we are going to be seeing a stronger attack half from them, because as we could see, I do think that their attack half was favored.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed so, but I'm not sure what's going on. It may be tech pause.
Maybe.
The clock's depleted. The game should have begun, but
Someone might be receiving their food. We're not too sure. We will keep you posted if we have any information, or it could be one of their specialty shakes, or oat milk shakes as well, because they do also have that, or their patented Elixir milk. All of it's very delicious, but gamers, I think it's time that we need to play the game, all right? It's food breaks are amazing, and you need to take them every once in a while, but don't make yourself too at home, because there is a bunch of money on the line for this Elixir Cup 2026.
I have a couple of theories as well. Either one of the players or coaches thought that, this game is going to be over by 40-50 minutes later, and since it went to OT, it obviously hasn't concluded. Now their food has arrived. They had ordered probably in advance, or they're doing the thing where they're opening a Pokemon pack to bring some extra luck.
Of course, because, little known fact is you can actually get Pokemon booster packs at all of the Elixir Esport locations. So, make sure you stop by, grab one for yourself if you're into that kind of thing. But here we go. Maybe the pack opening, they got what they needed, which is going to give them the confidence to push over towards the seaside, but it's fully stacked with Vice Util.
Fade gonna step in to try and help Gong, but it may be a little bit too late as the pinch is in. 12 has gotten a lot of space and somehow has managed to live a little while longer. But Yangtze with 3! He's still somehow alive, not for long though. Esmond, he gets picked apart and Adept in a 1 versus 2. Spike not in his grasp. He could try and retrieve it. Flash available in his kit. He's picked up the Spike. Minute left on the clock, and the smoke should force him back. A high-low setup.
Oh my goodness, look at that, and Kazan able to take him down once again. 14-13, still in favor of Team NUS.
Match point.
As we potentially head into match and series point once again. Oh man, very similar story to map number 1, but if I'm not mistaken, Team NUS did end it off 15-13.
Another map point. NUS, how many does that bring up for them? What, 6? I think.
Something like that. Something like that. But regardless,
surely they win one.
More than we can count. Oh my goodness!
What?
12 able to find a very lucky shot, but Yangtze able to trade it right back. This operator gonna be putting in work as he does it again. Magic Man
Stop.
12.
Stop doing this to them. 12. He's not even seen these players, and yet he's timing the
not.
shots perfectly. A
This is
3v4,
going-
Kong looking to get the numbers back in their favor, but he's lost his life. So now a 2v4, Zenol looking to force another OD, push this down even further. But Alphen, he's made this a little bit more possible. 1 versus 2. Yangtze, he has been the most clutch player. 24 frags,
Yes.
even on the fade. But can he
Absolutely
deliver
has
the
been.
killing blow?
Now, both of these players are going to be in the same spot. Though all he's got to do is just understand that pros don't fake. They are not going to be sticky it, but 12 is going to shut him down yet again, tying up the game for another round of overtime. And man, oh man, heading into this next match, that's another round win for Zenol. But how much do they have left? Is I mean, at this point, both
Switching
these teams are
sides.
starting to sweat their butts off.
Overtime.
Someone's got to go home with a loss to their name, and someone is going to be laughing, and one of these teams is going to be laughing at the other with a bunch of money in their pockets.
Yeah, the runners-up are gonna get a prize as well, but of course it's not as neat as the winners will be. And there's a separate one for MVP. So far, we have a few new contenders, maybe, possibly, with Kimchi especially playing lights out so far. 27 frags on that man. But
Very
12,
true.
he's keeping his spree going. This time around, a lot of missed shots, Gans coming out on top. It
Spike
strays
down
back and
A.
forth.
Straight back and forth indeed, but look at this crossfire setup. Adept able to find some shots, but Yangtze once again, very, very
enemy
clutch player.
remaining.
What else can they do? Not too much. That's Adept, and now it's all onto Kong, who's got the knife out. Well, they suspect it. As a boom bot will clear.
Spike planted.
Oh man. Definitely going to make this a lot harder as that Steel Garden. Now they basically know where he's at, and that's, I mean, the Molly over there is going to confirm that this post-plant situation is all but signed, sealed, and delivered for Zenol Gaming.
Does have the flash available.
Ooh.
But they're immediately broken. It's
Oh.
a high setup, but it may have
Oh,
failed.
no
Never
way.
mind. Adept was the insurance policy, and he certainly has provided dividends.
Absolutely, he has now 15 to 14 again for Zenol Gaming, and in the lead once more. Come on, I mean they just need one more round, and then this is all theirs. But Team NUS, they know that fact very, very intimately. So I wonder if they're going to be able to pull something out of the hat once again as we tick down to another set of overtime.
15-14. First time Zenol's gotten map point and tournament point on Lotus.
Yeah, that is correct. The first time for
Maybe.
everything, as they say, and
Yeah.
now just a few more seconds until this ticks down. It looks like it's going to be a pretty heavy B hit from the aggressors, and you know, not a whole lot of Vice utility is going to be set up unless it's actually a bit of a pause that's coming out, or some kind of timeout or something like that. Otherwise, these barriers should have dropped.
Wait, are they disconnected?
Oh,
They're not moving. They're still in their spawn spots.
I see. I wouldn't imagine they're disconnected. You know, they're playing on some of the best Wi-Fi that
True.
Singapore has to offer in these amazing gaming cafes by Elixir Esports.
Yeah,
I would imagine their connection
Yeah,
is
if it
tip-top
was an
shape.
internet problem, then all 10 of the players would have disconnected. So it certainly isn't that.
That is
They're
true.
probably just
That is
discussing
true.
something else.
That's true. I wonder what's happening over there.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get some clarity soon, but all three of them, maybe, you know, they are all of them present in the singular room, so they turn their chairs around and are like, okay guys, team meeting.
Yeah,
Hear
maybe,
me
maybe.
out.
Maybe, yeah.
We're not losing this.
I mean, yeah, it's it's a lot of money on the line, especially for a lot of these probably being college students. But yeah, definitely needing this. Well, I mean, maybe not needing, but definitely would feel very, very nice to have this on your resume if you are trying to go pro. But I mean, you know, it's. You know, we're in overtime. I feel like you could have taken this team meeting when Team NUS was winning 8 rounds back to back to back. But regardless, you know, that's all in the past now, and just trying to push through that and just figure out what to say now and just kind of come up with a game plan on the spot. I couldn't even imagine what they're saying.
Yeah, hopefully I mean, for NES's sake, I hope it's a new strategy that they're cooking up right now. You know, they have a page out. They're drawing up the whole map, like
Mm,
every single wall on there, and then they're like, you
yep.
know what? I'll play this angle. You'll do this, etc., etc. And they're just
Hmm.
drawing everything up from scratch, and so it's taking them a little bit longer because Zenol, they haven't had a chance to win the series just yet. This is going to be their first, and and the last map ended on the third OT as well. So anyways, they
Hmm.
just want to avoid that. You know, they've had great chances of conversion. They have never delivered so far, and so to lose to the very first chance that Zenol get would be heartbreaking.
It absolutely would, but at the same time, for Zenol, it must feel absolutely amazing. Kind of like your own little anime arc, being down so much and then just training and grinding and just predicting your opponents, in rounds back to back to back into winning a beautiful series like this would just be poetic. But I do believe this is a bit of a player issue as we kind of put a pause on things and make sure everyone's playing at their absolute best before we head into this potentially last round of overtime.
And if it is the last round of overtime, it would be the last round of the grand finals and the broadcast alongside it. Zenol Gaming,
Mhm.
they were certainly my favorites to win, especially after that map number one. But I mean, it seemed like NUS, they obviously had gas in their cylinder. They have delivered and came out swinging on
Mhm.
Split and Lotus, particularly the second half. The most impressive performance and the most dominant performance that we've seen out of both of these teams collectively, actually. I don't believe anybody was able to chain together 8 consecutive round wins. Even on
Mhm.
map one, Zenol were not able to do so. But NUS did at the beginning of the second half on Lotus.
Absolutely, and you know what? I guess this is a very good time to tell everyone about the amazing tournaments put on by Elixir Esports, because obviously this would not be possible without literally any one of them and all of the amazing staff behind the amazing organization. So if you are curious as to find out whenever they're running more Slammer tournaments just like this one, make sure you drop them a follow at elixiresports.sg on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok as well, where they're going to be posting a lot of this content. And in fact, you can actually find a brand new reel of their newest gaming cafe over on Clark Key by 883 Jimmy Co on Instagram. So make sure you check that out if you want to get a little bit of a sneak peek into the amazing facility that they have brought up. And honestly, keep an eye out for the players as well, because they're probably going to be making some posts about winning this amazing tournament as well. And I mean, yeah, hopefully we get this sorted out soon, because I can't wait to see this potential last match of overtime here.
Yeah, and while we wait, we could carry on the discussion of the possible MVPs here. Of course, Kanzen has showed up big time in this match as well. You know, he only
Mhm.
has one KD, sure, but he at least has been consistent. He had been missing for the greater part of the series in map one and map two. Map three, a
Yeah.
very different scoreline from him. On the other hand, you have Yangtze. Great map 2 performance, had 29 frags. Great map 3 performance. He has been the X factor for NUS. While on the other hand, for Zenol, I think 12 is the most obvious choice, but given his mentality, he
Mhm.
makes up a good argument for himself as well.
Absolutely. Well, we'll get to that bridge when we get there. It seems like everyone is now back in the lobby, and just ready to rock and roll. All those shakes have been, all those containers have been put away, and now that all the gaming spaces are clean, let's get right into this one. Starting off with a tether onto the op-wielding Jet, who's got no fear and is going to continue pushing onto Rubble.
There is an op-wielding Jet on the other side as
Oh
well, but
no!
he's scoped out a little too quickly. I'm not sure what thought process
Oh,
was there. But an equalizer found. Mentality gonna look to get possibly another. He'll smoke it off. Kanzen's
oh,
up,
don't tell me.
primed.
Oh wait!
And he's been found. Good shots from Sasuke. Zenol up by a man advantage. They are leading the scoreboard as well. If they win this round, they will be winning the tournament.
That is absolutely correct.
Oh
Oh
no.
wait a minute, Conk?
Have they taken another team meeting mid-round?
No, I
Not the
think
time.
I just think he's completely fearless. Actually, he's going to be able to swing, not able to find the kill onto Sasuke, as I do think he expected him there. But Zenol still looking in the driver's seat here. They have an extra 2 players to this advantage, and I don't know what's going on. They're just
30 seconds left.
I mean, yeah, they're just kind of jump spotting around, but wait a minute, they got the knife at the wrong time,
down
and
A.
Kimchi able to find the second last kill of the match. Now it's just a matter of trying to find JJ, who's currently watching the flank. Oh, we're seeing Esmond. He's not sure what to pick out here. He doesn't know what's going on.
10 seconds left.
It says, wait, can Team NUS bring this one back from the brink of defeat? Wait, no, Zenol. The spike hasn't been going down. This might be Zenol's round to win. That's it,
Defenders
ladies
win.
and gentlemen. Congratulations to Zenol Gaming for taking that one. What a beautiful, beautiful series. That was a lot of ups and downs. That was like a roller coaster going on there. With how much round wins and round losses and full buys and triple kills and clutches, all of that came down to just a beautiful game of Valorant. And of course, a beautiful series hosted by the one and only Elixir Esports at this Elixir Esports 2026 Cup. Oh boy. I mean, if we had to wrap that one up in 2 words, I would have to say, well called, because that was phenomenally played by both teams. Even if Zenol Gaming did manage to take the cake, I do think that there were definitely a lot of great moments from Team NUS.
Yeah, I'm hearing that we may actually be re-rolling that last round, so
Oh, really?
we may not be done just yet. Yeah, there
Okay.
is going to be a re-roll here. I think there was some tech error that actually went down,
Ah.
but hey, you're at a pristine place, so they're obviously going to fix it as soon as possible and get
Of
us
course.
back heading into the game. Yeah, it's not going to be too big of an issue. So we just have to restart the game. It'll probably take us like a minute or two to do so, and then we'll
That's
be back in
okay.
the action. But hey, the scoreline, it ended at a very puzzling place. We're still so just for
Mhm.
just for knowledge sake, we are still at 15-14 for Zenol
Okay.
Esports. They are in the advantage, and they are one away from winning the game, but they haven't won it just yet.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for the breakdown, Inflict, because I would have called it right then and there. I would have said, hey, congratulations to Zenol for winning that one. But no, if it's not meant to be, then let's keep this baby going, because there is still more games to play. There's still a lot more fun to be had. And you watching at home, make sure you check out all of the Elixir Esports social media channels, which you can find at elixiresports.sg on Instagram, TikTok, and Twitter. Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. I don't believe they have a Twitter account set up, but in case they do, you can probably find them at Elixir Esports. But make sure to follow them, because when they post more tournaments like this, your team is definitely going to want to be featured on this stream, so that we can be casting over it and giving you guys all the amazing shout outs that you deserve. But until then, let's get back into game as soon as we can.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you guys compete here, you could be one of the contenders that get to keep 300 Singaporean dollars all for yourselves. By the way, you don't have to split those. Obviously, if you're a nice teammate, you may get your
Mhm.
buddies a few treats from the venue itself. But if you
course.
want to, that money is yours to keep. You don't have to give it away. The team money is separate, is a whole separate thing. But obviously, you have to perform up to par, up to 20s level, up to the
Oh, yes.
Yankees level. I mean, the performances that we've seen today have been absolutely phenomenal. We've had clutches. The only thing that's still missing on my bingo card is an ace. Other than
Yeah.
that, we've had everything.
Very, very true. We've had, like you're saying, we've had everything. Like, it's some crazy, crazy rounds indeed on all 3 maps. Dare I say? Although map number 1 we saw, oh geez, their names escaping me. I've been saying it all day, but Zenol Gaming, they did kind of run away from map number 1, so we didn't get a crazy amount of crazy rounds in that map. But definitely map number 2 and map number 3, they were nothing to scoff at, with a lot of clutch plays from basically every single player in the lobby. But yeah, so definitely very happy with their performance as well. But yeah, I do think that's we did get some word from what's going on. Let's take a gander.
Yeah, it is going to be re-roll.
Mm.
We're gonna have to restart the game. So Zenol will be starting. It's going to be a 13-12 start, but it's essentially is the same thing. Like in OT, money doesn't matter, round count doesn't exactly matter. Zenol, they have the lead. That's the main part. We just have to pull the round count up to that point. Make it a 13-12, so that we can get the overtime mechanics into action as well, with the sides flipping out after every single round. Everybody getting 5K in their pockets. But I mean, what I'm mostly looking forward to is okay, what surprised me the most actually is Kansan winning out battles against 12. We saw 2-1 versus ones go
Yes.
down in on split, and both of them very comfortably won by 12. Sure, one of them got a little bit tricky there, both of them extremely weakened up, but still 12 came out on top extremely consistently. Now it's been a little even matched, or mind I say, a little more favorable for Kansan.
Absolutely, I do happen to agree. Actually, you know what? As much as we were glazing 12 in the entirety of map number 1, as well as map number 2, and even the beginning parts of map number 3, you know, Kazan has been making some great points as to why he should be the MVP, or at least very able to secure that jet diff. And speaking of the MVP, if you're not too sure already, the most valuable player, which is going to be decided by myself and Inflict, we will be deciding who gets this valuable, very valuable $300 prize and the Certified GOAT status award by yours truly. And of course, the champion of this tournament is going to be winning $2,000, the runner-up getting $1,000, and the second runner-up getting $500, with a total prize pool of almost $4,000. A lot of money going around, a lot of amazing moments that are going to be created. So make sure that you don't move a muscle and stick around.
For sure. I mean, there's money being distributed across what, 15 to 16 players possibly. I mean, it's 16 if there is somebody who wasn't in the top 3 teams and yet plays so good that you have to hand them an MVP. Although it doesn't really happen very often, so for the most part, it will be the
Right.
prize pool will be distributed amongst only 15 players. But hopefully, we can get no. But we'll be finding out soon who that will land towards. Obviously, we now have at least 4 to 5 names in the basket. It's 12, it's Yangtze, and it's Kansan now making up his point as well on map number 3. Esmond had a good map 1, but map 2 and 3, he's been a little bit silent, so he may have drifted apart from the conversation a little bit. But Kimchi himself, a fantastic player. The timings that he's found
Yes.
at least 3 to 4 times on that attack have been so monumental for those round wins. If he hadn't done that, if he hadn't turned those rounds on their heads, then the game could have been over by now.
Absolutely, it could have, and I want to say the same thing for map number 2, which you know, need I remind you, we saw some ridiculous value from Yangtze, who was able to snipe so many players out of those smokes and just keep pushing it into these overtime matches. And you know, if history is doomed to repeat itself, then I do believe that Team NUS, I do think that the overtime matches do favor them quite a bit more. So definitely keep your eyes on especially Yangtze as well. You know, being insanely clutch on map number 2, being insanely clutch on map number 3. I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls out another crazy play now that we are in overtime, and especially with his team being at the disadvantage. You know, you know what I mean? Team. Oh my goodness, why are they escaping my brain right now? But anyway, not Team NUS. Only one round away from their potential victory. So definitely, I'm gonna be very hopeful for them as a team.
Yeah.
Team Zenol, yeah, looking very dominant on this map so far. Wanting to try to close this one out as soon as possible. You know, get on with their days and just kind of get things going.
Yep, I have gotten confirmation that we're underway, setting up the game as we speak. It should only be a minute or 2 maximum. So I apologize for the inconvenience and the extended wait. I mean, we really stopped at a cliffhanger, Gareth. It was 15-14. We were about to find out whether Zenol they win or whether we get to another OT. I mean, you don't really want to get to see pauses happen at such moments.
That is very true. But, you know, as you're saying, we're just getting the game set back up again. Just another couple minutes. Thankfully, all these amazing PCs, which, need I remind you, are kitted out with some of the best hardware that Singapore has to offer, being kitted out with 7800 X3D CPUs and 5070 graphics cards. These things are beefed right out. So thankfully, we are going to be able to set this game up relatively quickly because of how strong these PCs are. And, yeah, you know, just a couple minutes before we get back into all the esports action, I believe we are going to be setting this a 13-12. It's not quite a 15-14, but it's still the same kind of round count. So, you know, no worries about that. All the competitive integrity is still kept intact. We pinky promise with a cherry on top.
You just continue to make me hungry at this point. We've mentioned food so many
Yeah, my bad,
times.
dude.
Even
My
the
bad.
cherry is making me hungry at this point. But hey, I'm gonna go give myself a treat after the series ends because honestly, this a series like this, commentating it needs a celebration. Three OTs twice,
Right,
and
right.
in a best of three, a dominant map as well. Honestly, I think having OTs and one dominant map is very tasteful. It makes the series much more enjoyable because then there's an element of surprise. Because if somebody has dominated, especially map one, you don't expect the other team to bounce back as strongly as NUS did
Exactly.
on map number two. But then they just blow everybody's minds apart, and suddenly they've won map two, they've forced map three, and here we are, and another triple OT.
Absolutely, yeah. Like the triple OTs are definitely. Ooh, I gotta choose my words carefully here because I was gonna say something that could have made you hungry. In saying
Ooh.
that, you probably just figured out what I was gonna say. But anyway, the triple OTs are definitely something that you really do want to look for in a series because that is just getting your money's worth of all the amazing esports action. Because on top of having a very dominant map, on top of having all the clutch plays you would ever want in a series like this, now you're going to be seeing these players duke it out in an extended battle, which it just goes to show how far these players really are willing to go for all of the amazing prize money that is on the table, which need I remind you, $2,000 for the champion, $1,000 for the runner-up, $500 for the second runner-up, and of course a $300 personal prize for the most valuable player with a total prize pool of almost $4,000. Absolutely colossal. And again, like we just cannot shout them out enough. But Elixir Esports, definitely one of the GOATs when it comes to putting on this tournament because this is their Elixir 2026. Their Elixir Cup 2026, which is definitely. I mean, maybe they've hosted other cups before, but I think I can confidently say that this is definitely their best one with easily some of the most clutch matches in the series. And I mean, yeah, I might have to go and watch the other ones, but as I can say right now, I do think that if you're watching the Elixir Cup 2026, this is as good as the action is going to get. And you'll just have to wait for Elixir Cup 2027 if that rolls around to see even more from Elixir Esports.
Hey, we're only halfway into the year. Maybe they do another one just within this year. Who knows? I'm not saying anything, but I'm maybe saying something. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But you know what I mean. You know what I mean, Gareth. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
But honestly, it's as the clock ticks down. There's only so many things that we can realistically discuss without it starting to sound repetitive. At this point, we obviously don't want to bore people to death here. So
All right. Well,
I'll
let
throw
me
you a
whip out my
curveball.
signature question then.
Oh,
I asked this to a lot of players and a lot of casters. Got a bunch of different answers, but, and I want
all
you to think
right,
really hard about this one. If
all
you could
right.
pick any non-ultimate ability from any Valorant agent and use it in real life, which one would you take?
See, now there are a lot of Valorant agents. I have to think about this one, Gareth.
There are, yeah. And
Hmm.
don't take the Teo Salvos. All right, that's not a good idea. You should not want to take those.
Why not? They're
They're
pretty
missiles, man.
useful.
They're missiles.
Exactly.
Don't
Missiles have a
listen,
lot
man.
of value.
I'm
Every
gonna not influence. Just let us know any non-ultimate ability in Valorant you could take.
Hmm. So my first thought was the
Okay.
alarm bot just because of how cute it is.
Okay. Oh,
And
okay.
yeah, it's like having a mechanical pet that is also
Right.
adorable with how it moves.
Okay.
I think that's a solid answer. I'll probably just stick to that. Yeah, I'll take the alarm bot. So
Okay.
that way, if I ever have to, so like this is early morning for me. I had to wake up at 8 a.m. to do this gig, to do
Hmm.
commentary for this grand final. So that way, I
Yeah.
have an alarm bot that can actually jump on me quite
Oh,
literally, and I have no way of disabling it, and it will make sure that I'm woken up, ready to work, or
I
ready to see
see.
some banger matches. And I
I
think that's
see.
very beneficial. That will make me more productive. I'll take that.
Okay. You certainly have a better answer than I do. I would have taken the breach flash just to troll people. I kid you not.
Oh
Like
god.
it'd be so funny, I'm just kind of walking along the street and I just go blinding, and then everybody else just has to turn away, or they're just seeing the sun for the next few seconds. I think that'd be absolutely hilarious. But it's probably for the best that I don't have any Valorant abilities. Um, but yeah, that's my big
Mhm.
question. Oh,
I
actually, wait. You know
think
what? Another question I do like to ask people is, where would you make the next Valorant agent from? Obviously, we have a lot of different regions in Valorant. Where would you put the next agent?
A I have listen. This may sound biased, but I have to say Pakistan.
All right, hey,
There's a
that's
lot.
all good.
There's a lot of vast culture here. There's a lot of things that you can build it around, or there's a lot to look at. It's a beautiful place. There's a lot of things that you can visit. There's just a lot of value here that you can find in that country. So I think it would be a good shout, especially considering that there is an Indian agent as well. So that rivalry, I
Hmm.
think getting that into the game might be a fun little extra element. But I think we should be getting back into game soon. Yes,
All right, let's
there you go.
go.
13-12.
Okay.
Zenol in the lead. One more round win. All that they need to finish things off right here, right now. Grand finals point.
Yes, sir. Let's kick this baby off here. Bit of a slower start now. Synthol. Looking
Well
at just
played.
try to poke it, just try to waste some utility. That's a depth and a solid angle. Paranoia baited.
Ooh.
That's a lot of fighting power taken out of the hands of Zenol. It's gonna be a
Bonky
cold-
could prevent him off. Spotted one first time. Kill found.
Find
The
one
trade
and
is
get
not
out.
going to come through.
Oh my, JJ as well, able to find yet another Team NUS 5v3. It's still doable though for the side of Zenol,
Spike planted.
as Alphen
And
getting a plant down.
coming in from behind is going to be 12 on that flank. He's going to need to move in a little bit faster, help Esmond out, and there you go, kill found, but it's still a 3v4. The clock's ticking down against Zenol as well. This could be a potential fourth OD unless they make quick work of this. The paranoia only adding to the troubles of Zenol, and finally the charge in. A lot of information now
Oh my
found.
goodness,
2
please.
kills there.
Oh my
There's
goodness.
the third, last player alive. It's going to be JJ out with the showstopper,
Oh,
and it hits.
wait.
12 speed, 13-13, and that is going to be fourth OT for the grand
Switching
finals.
sides. Oh,
Absolutely. I
overtime.
mean, wow, look at this string of rounds, guys. Wow, look at that. Absolutely dominant halves from both teams there. But of course, that's all jokes. That's just setting the game back up again. Yeah, man, oh man, like what a clutch showstopper from the side of Team NUS. Now that we are switching sides, once again, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we are going to see where this goes now.
I'll find you.
Is it fade line up?
Aggressive stance today.
Uh-huh.
Zenol. They once again are looking to repeat the success on the attack side. But oh, Kimchi!
Wow,
He's
look at
looking
this
for
flank.
Timing. What is this?
Oh.
Spacing? And he gets out,
Fine.
not even traded. They can't get it.
Yep.
The raise is too slow.
Looking around all backside, but Conk, they dropped it. Oh, they're going to figure it out now. That boom bot is going to alarm them, but it doesn't matter. The shorty gets taken up with 12, able to take their head clean off, and now just wanting to look for more as Kanzen trying to make something happen. Dashes onto sight into the three crosshairs, and now Alphen, the last man standing as the spike ticks down. What do you really have left in the tank? You could throw Paranoia, you could throw Smoke, but in a 4v1, Sasuke is going to end it once again. Zenol Gaming back in the overtime lead.
Switching sides.
Second one for them. They couldn't
Match
convert the
point.
first, so they get another shot, and now on the defense side. And yes, their nerves might start to kick in. I mean, sure, it at this point is a battle of nerves. Whoever just falls apart first is going to be the team that loses. They're both doing fine on their own individually. Everyone's delivering right now as much as they had in the first couple of halves, but I believe we may have another pause. I don't see
not
three people
again.
moving.
That would really be unfortunate. Talk about leaving on a cliffhanger after that. Oh, there's no way we could pause down, but I do think we are going to be seeing another pause come into play. As something's going on here. Maybe there's a ghost in the machine, and they're just trying to flush it out really quick. But Zenol still in the lead though.
Yeah, and with
Just,
OT, everybody's ultimates are 3 ult points away.
Mhm.
So I think what ultimate would you have taken, Gareth? Like amongst the 10, well, technically 5 that we have present on screen, since there's a literal mirror
Mhm.
matchup. Which one
Yeah.
would you prioritize in overtime?
See, it's really hard to say because on the one hand, getting the plant down is very very important, which makes me think that Steel Garden is definitely the way to go because obviously everyone is buying secondaries and full shields as well as full util. No one's really investing in any pistols, which again makes that Steel Garden even more valuable. But at the same time, I feel like the Showstopper, we've seen a lot of usage around it because everyone is just trying to hit this one site. There are no second chances at this point, so if you're not pushing as a team, you're really just doing it wrong. And the Showstopper is the perfect ultimate to kind of capitalize and punish the teams that are always, too used to grouping up.
That is true, and it can also provide a great opening as well, because as soon as you pop that ultimate and the enemy team hears it, chaos ensues them entirely, and they start to give up space a lot more easily, or they panic and push up a lot further. Still, it's an awkward situation that the opposition has to face, giving you a lot more opportunity to either claim real estate in your name, or take an aggressive fight. And obviously, with a showstopper in your hand, those can become exponentially more easier. Now we're gonna have to wait and see which one do they prioritize. But Esmond and combined with JJ, both of them have had phenomenal conversions with their showstoppers all across the board.
I do want to analyze that, but I do also want to take a very quick break, just to make sure that my setup's working. It's not nearly as good as all the amazing setups over at Elixir Esports. So, just give us a couple minutes. I don't know how your setup's feeling in Flicked, but mine definitely needs a bit of a touch up, so to say.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to maybe go for a restart as well, and well, a hydration break. I'm pretty sure these teams
Yeah,
need it.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure you guys need it as well. So why not go grab a drink, grab some water at the very least, and we'll come right back after this break.
Hate it when my doubts and my fears swell up like the ocean. It feels like I could drown in my tears. Everything's overflowing. Scared that I won't get it right, get it right. My nerves are working overtime, overtime. Tell myself to calm down and breathe. Step out of the shadows into the fire. Don't be afraid to go out on a wire. Live in the moment, turn it up louder. This is what you're made for. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be F-E-A-R-L-E-S-S. Fearless. Once I get in and I put it in drive, ain't no more stopping me, don't even try. Controlling the chaos, controlling the fly. Yeah. It's all the shots that you don't say. You'll never be heard if you don't say. Just gotta get out your own way. You can't learn to fly on your own if you don't let go. Step out of the shadows into the fire. Don't be afraid to go out on a wire. Live in the moment, turn it up louder. This is what you're made for. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be F-E-A-R-L-E-S-S. Fearless.
too long. Tell him that you love him, but he's already gone. Darling, did you make two wrongs? Know that daddy never made a right before, darling. You were never made to be the judge, darling. He never changed his way for me to budge, darling. It's feeling like a cold dog winning, the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave, yeah. It's feeling like a cold dog winning, the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave. One day I'll be everything you ever wanted. Until then I'll be out here fighting like it's nothing. Through the cold dark winter. Or did you say goodbye, knowing damn well everybody gon' die someday? Did you waste my time, knowing damn well we can press rewind? One day I'll be everything you ever wanted. Until then I'll be out here fighting like it's nothing. Through the cold dark winter. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave, yeah. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave. One day I'll be everything you ever wanted. Until then I'll be out here fighting like it's nothing. Through the cold dark winter. It's feeling like a cold dark winter. It's feeling like a cold dark winter. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave, yeah. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave, yeah. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to leave.
What can you say when love goes away that hasn't been said before? I have no rhyme that's different this time. There's no words to sing anymore. I haven't a clue why you went away. I only know you are gone. And I sit alone, my heart by the phone. And so I just listen to rain as it falls to the ground and washes the day away. Nothing to show and no place to go. So here in my room I stay. I don't know that I could forget you, no matter how hard I try. I'm all alone and honestly I don't know why. just listen to rain as it falls to the ground and washes the day away. Nothing to show and no place to go, so here in my room I stay. I don't know that I could forget you, no matter how hard I try. I'm all alone, and honestly I cannot believe all the tears that I've cried. I'm all alone, and honestly I don't know why.
Pack your bags for the weekend. I just booked our flights. Let's go see a show in Mexico, yeah. Laugh and dance all night. We should fly right over the sea. Take my hand to another land, girl, just you and me. Breakfast here and dinner there, we flow with the breeze. We can do this anywhere, never place you wanna see, yeah. Few days in Tokyo, weekend in Spain. Out there.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So sorry for that brief little tech pause. Let's get right back into the action. Xenol Gaming only needing one round to win against Team NUS. Oh, all right, this is for all the marbles.
Yeah. Map 3, 430. Xenol's second attempt at conclusion here. Not a good start. Sasuke taking a little bit of damage. Gong aggressively positioned, but the Seeker coming in should prime Adept for the fight, and first blood drawn. It's a good start. NUS now no lurkers available for them. It's gonna have to be a whole battle done up front. Jet has made his way in deep, but it's fallen apart. Kansan gone 3v5. NUS, they're starting to fall
my goodness.
apart. JJ is gone to the first.
Oh, JJ able to swing the numbers back to an even standpoint for
One
NUS.
enemy remaining.
Now Xenol trying to have the beautiful tether, does not manage to land, and JJ goes absolutely wild. Could this be the ace to cross off the bingo card? It is! Oh my goodness, look at that! A beautiful round from NUS
Switching
from out of
sides.
nowhere. What's he at?
Overtime.
26-1. Look at that scoreline. Oh my gosh. He's just absolutely, all these players are so good. Look at that, 28-3. Slightly jokes because we did have to restart the lobby, but look at that. Oh, Kimchi only 2-2. He's got to step it up.
Yeah, he's not having the best of his games. 12 on the other hand. A 14 KD convinces me to give him the MVP. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's pretty true. I'm not gonna lie. It's not every day that you see a 14 KD. But regardless, here we go. Stepping into this round 29. Oh, it's a beautiful crossfire from 12. Gonna keep making his KD even more impressive. As Alphen trying to back up away from the onslaught as Edmund pushing forward. Can they catch the Vice? They can't. They got caught lacking. But now Sasuke at 12 able to find more equalizers. Numbers still in favor of Xenol. Once again, could this be the final round that they need as JJ and
Spike
Kansan
planted.
left to defend?
Last player standing.
Kansan on the flank, and he's the lone warrior now. Operator, not exactly the best weapon to try and
No.
attempt a 1 versus 4. Doesn't have the blades for either, and he'll get picked off very easily. Headshot delivered by Kimchi there. And Xenol, another
Switching sides.
match point
Yep.
Match point.
in the first
That's
fifth
no-
OT.
Yeah, 15 KD for 12. This number just keeps on climbing. This guy just keeps on delivering. So, I mean, definitely MVP worthy in my books. But as we take a look at this next round, coming in hot, definitely if you are a Team NUS, you're so close yet so far. And the same can be said for Xenol because, again, we've had a lot of overtimes in this series as of right now. And at this point, all that's left to do is just try to figure out how to win it.
That is true. One more round. Xenol, they've been primed for this. They've had chances on the last map as well. They have it yet again. But 12 in these key moments, he's fallen first. Ganzen, shot missed. Been pivotal for the round.
Very, very pivotal indeed. That is their main aimer, their main space taker. They do still have Esmond, who has still a couple satchels in his back pocket, but at the end of the day, you'd want to have 12 just for that sheer amount of aim power. But Kimchi going to try to hold on this onslaught. A minute left on the clock. They have to start speeding this up.
Walking up outside of A again. The depth may have too big a challenge awaiting in front of him. Get peeked by 2. Kong will finish him off. 3 versus 5. Ganzen
30 seconds left.
walk in towards B. Timing would be everything. Kimchi could be a free frag, and he is. 2 versus 5. Another OT looking likely.
But look at the
Sasuke
shotgun. Oh, no way.
managed to deliver
player
out against the
standing.
shorty, but won't survive the Vandal. Esmond 1v4. Showstopper brought out by JJ.
Yeah.
Clock sticking down as well. This is going to be a 6th OT.
I do believe so. But Port will having their KDA just slightly ruined. As, you know, it's a 15 KD. Was certainly very impressive. It's unfortunately not going to be a 15 KD anymore, as Kansen is able to, you know, just take the head off of Esmond. And, yeah, like you said, man, round 30, 6th round of overtime, technically speaking, as we head into another site switch.
Yeah. I mean, there's not even a lot to break down anymore. It's just that these
Right.
teams are throwing whatever and hoping that something sticks. Essentially, that is what's going on. As long as they can keep their calm, not and like go down in chaos, they will
And, you know,
probably
it's
keep trading rounds.
It's just times like these where legends are made, because if you're able to still perform when you're, you know, 6,000 rounds of overtime in, and you know everyone's dead tired, everyone's still trying their hardest, if you can still come out on top, that is how you know that you've got something special. And Kong, I mean, we'll see if he can prove himself here, as that shear is going to be triggered, and it's just a massacre from Jay. Take a 1, able to take out a 2nd, and he find a 3rd. He already got 1 ace, but that Odin is going to have something different to say on the side. Execute. Now they're going to continue pushing forward. Asmund, what else have he got? Not able to find it. Oh, Xenol, but now in a 1v2.
Spikes in the site. Does have a flash, but he's given away his location. 1 kill found.
Oh my God.
Up shot missed, and he now has a real opportunity.
Oh my gosh. That's the Steel Guardian going to be committed. Oh, he's looking the wrong way.
Not taken away. 65 HP. Both of them weak as hell.
He's going to find it. Oh, he's not going to find us. Kansen. All right. Team NUS back in the driver's seat once again. Wants to take this match to the victory stand.
Yeah, Xenol, they had 3 opportunities to conclude. They failed. And so NUS will have a turn now again. This time on the attack side.
All right, just a big breath this time. Yeah, it's super tough. You know, there's not a whole lot left to analyze except for just the amount of willpower these players have for playing in such a phenomenal facility.
Okay, Xenol getting aggressive.
Out of charges.
Esmond will back off, play this a little bit safer. And Xenol, they're not giving up a lot of the space, not towards A in particular. Retaking A could be a little bit difficult, so this could prove to be beneficial, holding it down right from the entry point. And yes, they're going to look outwards, seek other avenues of opportunity, but they'll walk back towards A. One player spotted. Esmond on an off angle, and now that Seeker is going to force him off.
Team NUS, it's going to be a call to hit the C, but they got to be careful for 12.
Oh, rifle spotted.
Almost found it. I mean, that's going to be a very quick kill to open up this round in favor of Xenol Gaming. Thorn's going to be popped as well. They find a head, but not a kill just yet. Oh.
2 kills gone.
30 seconds left.
3 versus 3. NUS. They still haven't made an entry into the side. Timing could be everything. Kimchi. He's been spotted, missed shots, but he makes up for them. That advantage. Esmond looking to pinch them in, keep them stuck. A kill found. Last alive is going to be Yangtze, and 7th OT incoming.
Absolutely, 16 to 16 now. It's still very, very tense, but it's all about these teeny tiny little micro adjustments that could be done. And man, oh man, I just don't even know what to say anymore. We've seen so many wins and so many losses, such crazy KDs. You know, with 12, you know, unfortunately dropping his KD down to about probably, you know, I can't even do math right now. I want to say like 9. You know, 8 or 9, something like that. Still very impressive nonetheless, but man, oh man. Diving right in here. It's Kansan actually able to find the opener. Same with JJ. Now it's just going to be a long haul to B. Unless it's actually going to be a marathon to C.
And NES, they're not even in the running. They're still anticipating a re-engage down at middle and A. But now that the wall gets activated, the Wise is aware about what's going down. Omen, stationed aggressively, will not be provided an engagement. The spike will likely go down here, but stopping this flood of 5 defenders looking to retake would be the real challenge. JJ, his 3rd showstopper of the OTs. This time around, not getting any kill. Kimchi still keeping this round intact. Aggressive stance from them. They've come together for 2 kills. A 1 versus 2 now. Up for Sasuke. He has clutched before, but he will be refused this time. NUS. Match point again.
Yeah, they're going to be trading the oh my goodness, the defuse just to get that post round from the shadows. You know, maybe you can get an insight on Xenol's gaming plan, and he's going to spray the walls just for some extra good luck. But man, oh man. I mean, it's going to be rough if you are Xenol Gaming, because you have got such a high hill to climb after this. You know, you're down 1 round of OT. You know, even the smallest mistake can cost you basically $1,000. You are still going to be guaranteed that $1,000, but obviously you want to go home with more money in your pocket, and Team NUS is looking very, very hungry for that cash.
Another opportunity. Question is, will they seize it? 12, first line of defense. Force back with Prowler. NUS doing their due diligence, and they'll back off. Don't see worth the aggression just yet. They'll retrace their steps all the way back to A.
100% they are. And look at this A site execute. I don't think they've understood it quite yet, but that the dark cover is going to start to reveal a little bit of the puzzle. But wait, it's actually the double fake technology. They might have just baited out absolutely everyone in Team NUS. Might be able to get a free side execute. They're going to tap the door to sell it even more. And look at those rotates. They're just streaming over to this A site. Wait, 12? He senses something is off. It's actually going to maybe double back towards C. But look at that Kimchi. Opening it up onto Kansan.
Finally, the push in. C-side. Written in NUS's name.
30 seconds left.
The Wise on the flank. Could possibly find 2 here at the connector. Kills. 2 of them go the way of Esmond, and he's made his way into the side. He's overcooked this one.
Oh my God.
Eventually will come into the play. Gets a kill. 2 versus 3.
Player standing.
Oh no! Xenol Gaming once again able to bring it back from the brink of death. 3 members alive. Too bad the econ doesn't matter. Otherwise, we could have seen a very different next couple rounds. as Xenol still keeping themselves inside the game. I've lost track of how many overtimes this is,
Overtime.
but it's certainly very, very crazy with Xenol. Is certainly pretty happy about that win. And yeah, just looking at these buys again, it's still going to be a full buy from everyone, but I fear maybe another tech pause has come about us unless my eyes deceive me.
They do indeed deceive you, Garrett.
Okay.
Thankfully, there is no more deck pauses, but this is the 8th OD. By the end of this, we would have done 40 rounds on this
Yes.
map alone.
Very, very true. And oh my goodness, wait a minute. Kimchi able to take out one. Yanxi with another. Yanxi with a double. Can they find a triple for this sliver of an ending? Oh, not quite. JJ. It'll take one. 12 going to take one for himself, but now Adept is somehow over on B side. Is going to be found out by that Prowler. And I think it's just a crunch waiting to happen. The second Prowler enters. Get tethered up, so they can't swing right now, but they have to do it. It's now or never. They're going to try to make something happen, but Allen is going to be there to stop it once again. 18-17 in favor of NUS.
Switching sides. Match point.
Third opportunity in a row. And honestly, I'm not sure when this will come to an end. And I'm hoping that maybe just saying this will put this to an end, like in a way jinxing it.
I
Oh,
see.
the wall. That wall is not proper. There you go. He's fixed it up. But Xenol, they were the favorites. I'm not sure what's happened. 12 not having the most best of the games. Obviously, the tech timeouts, they do tend to break your momentum, break your mental game a little bit.
Absolutely. Bulba Kimchi gonna find a very promising opening onto Team NUS. But now it's very, very quiet. They might have just gamble stacked the right site into a really good read into thinking that this B site is weak. But it's actually another call to hit C, but they can't push into that Vice util very easily. Ooh. The round is still dead silent. No one's made a sound. 50 seconds left on the clock. They need to speed this up because they don't want to rush into a Vice util. They're getting ready for the swing.
There are two defenders here. Only one actually. Why is all by himself? The Omen's rotating in. Adept. He's missed his opportunity.
Oh my goodness,
Kimchi though
Kimchi.
stepping in. That's his second. Adept gets another.
Last player
And
standing.
we have another OD on the horizon as JJ is
Oh, we
left
just
all by
might.
himself in a 1 versus 5.
I mean, miracles can happen, but I mean, I don't think it's going to happen here. JJ, wait just a moment. Not quite. Almost. We could have seen it happen, but you know, that spike was not planted just yet. Only had 20 seconds to go. Wasn't a whole lot that he could do to make that happen.
9th OD. 9th OD. We're about to hit double digits in OD. 20
Yes, we
rounds
are.
of OD alone.
Yes,
Yeah.
we are indeed. Oh, man.
This has probably been the longest map of Valorant that I've commentated over the last 3 years.
This is the longest Valorant game I have commentated over my brief little 1.5 years of experience. Oh my goodness. I can't wait to see what the future holds, but here we go. 18-18, 5 seconds left on the clock before these barriers drop and we get to more carnage. Okay. Actually, we have B hit this time. No one's really done this before. Everyone's kind of freaking out. They think it's a fake or something like that. But alas, it is not going to be the B hit.
Now stacking outside of A.
Bring them down.
Xenol. They're looking to clear this out. NUS may actually go for a flank setup, but oh, the Omen is retracing his steps. JJ
Oh my goodness!
shot a
finds
little
his-
too wide.
Oh my
He's
God!
gotten a second. Out with the showstopper, but that's all she wrote in that engagement at the very least. Yangtze trying to bait these players in.
Oh
One
my
player
goodness.
found,
Spike
spikes
down.
dropped. Alfin
Oh
has
my
gotten
goodness.
2 more, and NUS are gonna get another start off the OD.
All right, another From the Shadows committed, but it's just a little too late at that point. And now, I mean, potentially this is the last round, but I feel like every time we say that, it is just not, like, you could not be more wrong. But Team NUS able to hold on so dearly. But now, coming into these next matches, we just have to put ourselves in the players' shoes. There's such a small margin of error for this to go so awry, and that's, I mean, you're losing a lot of money if you're not able to fully lock in here. Gonna pave the way for the Jet. Oh! Sasuke JJ able to shut it down immediately. Alphen as well. Adept in 12 able to make their marks in this round. I mean, Xenol up 3-2, but it's not lost just yet as Yanxi, the player that's seen through the smokes the most. If you press 5 right now, you will find a freebie, but he's not going to do it. Spike in the clutches of Xenol as well. Going to be very, very hard for Team NUS. He's just not looking to the left at the right time, and they're just not peeking him.
Yanxi.
Like
he's given that angle up. But Gonk is going to have to be the key element if NUS are to win this round. He's on the flank, and now he has been spotted. Yanxi smoked off, and he gets through! Last player alive is going to be Adept. Spike still not in NUS's grasp. Smoke fades away. 1 versus 2 for Adept to keep this map going, keep this train on its track for Xenol.
30 seconds left.
It's just they isolate the one force. They gave him too much space. Now Adept has a flash to work with. They're gonna tap the plant. They're gonna throw out the blossom, but I mean, it's actually gonna be a call to hit this A site. It's a wild Scooby-Doo chase to see who gets over here the fastest. They're gonna be dropping some mollies, and at this point, all Adept has to do is just take back sight. They have to get this plant down. Team NUS. So close, it's so far. Oh my god, they'll take it! I'm at a loss for words, but they managed to take it. Xenol Gaming are your, that was Team NUS, are your grand champions of the Elixir Cup 2026. Congratulations all around to all the amazing players. That was a phenomenal series. We saw a lot of upsets, a lot of games played, and a lot of rounds that went in both teams' favor multiple times.
Yeah, it was honestly, I'm sweating. I'm quite literally sweating, by the way. That's how close this game was. It went to its very, very limits. And honestly, very well deserved. After that map 1, I wasn't expecting a lot from Team NUS, but they've managed to somehow pick this round, pick these next 2 maps apart, winning both of them in OT. The last one in 9 OTs. We have seen 12 OTs in just the singular best of 3 alone. That is 24 extra rounds.
Absolutely. That's a whole other game of Valorant. We might as well play the best of 5, but regardless, we just want to give a big, massive shout out to Elixir Esports, which you can find them at elixiresports.sg on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Just make sure to stay up to date with all the esports action as we take a look at these absolutely ridiculous stats. JJ sporting a 40 and 9 KD. All these players with absolutely cracked out of their mind KD ratios. But of course, I think this is the most important part of the stream. Inflict, we have to pick the MVP.
Now, see, the deck pause sort of complicated things for us because these KDs are a little inflated. Let's be honest here, Gareth. I mean, nobody only has 9 deaths. Come on, we are in 10 OTs. You think they had only 9 deaths across the whole series?
I don't know, man.
That is not how it works. But
regardless,
just
honestly, removing the KDs entirely and just judging these players based off of the merits, I feel like 12 is really the only, certainly not the only one, but definitely leagues above everybody else here, because there has been so much amazing stuff from this guy on so many different maps, in so many different plays. He's consistently hit some of the craziest shots in the tournament. And, while it's very tough to say, I do think my vote has to go to Mr. 12 for taking that one.
I 100% agree with you. 12 was
Okay.
easily the most consistent player across the three maps. He performed on map 1, was a defining factor for Zelon to be able to keep this series going for as long as it did. He was the one that led the charge on map number 1's dominant performance as well, always leading from the front, whether it was with a breach, whether it was with the duelist roles. He did everything that his team needed to do. So at this point, I guess
Absolutely.
it's just time to say congratulations to 12 for securing that MVP. But unfortunately, they couldn't close out the win for his team.
That's okay. You know, you can't win them all, but that's why I really do like this tournament that Elixir Esports has set up, because even though the other team did not manage to win, they still are able to go home with something in their pockets. Now, it is up to 12 if he decides to split up that $300, but considering how he's such a nice guy, I'm sure he would split it up, right? 12, if you're watching this back, you'll have to let us know. But of course, you can catch all of the amazing stuff that came from this tournament at elixiresports.sg on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. I think that's going to be all from me. We saw a lot of Valorant action today. I'm tuckered right out. Inflict, I'm going to give you the floor to end us off.
Well, it has been a fantastic day, and I look forward to the next time we get to see another Elixir Cup. But this venue certainly delivered. I mean, we had our delays, but the vibe, the gameplay, especially that we saw, the players, everything was up to par. We thank everybody who tuned in to watch these players. We thank the players for participating, everybody on the side of production, on the side that were handling things that went wrong and right at the venue. You have to give credit where it's due. Of course, we are thankful to everybody who took part in this and making this project a reality. But that is going to be it from my side and Gareth. We will see you guys on some other day whenever Elixir comes back. Until then, this is goodbye.
Hate it when my doubts and my fears swell up like the ocean. It feels like I could drown in my tears. Everything's overflowing. Scared that I won't get it right, get it right. My nerves are working overtime, overtime. Tell myself to calm down and breathe. Step out of the shadows into the fire. Don't be afraid to go out on a wire. Live in the moment, turn it up louder. This is what you're made for. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be F-E-A-R-L-E-S-S. Fearless. Once I get in and I put it in drive, ain't no more stopping me, don't even try. Controlling the chaos, controlling the vibe. Yeah. That's all the shots if you don't say. You'll never be heard if you don't say. Just gotta get out your own way. You can't learn to fly on your own if you don't let go. Step out of the shadows into the fire. Don't be afraid to go out on a wire. Live in the moment, turn it up louder. This is what you're made for. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be F-E-A-R-L-E-S-S. Fearless.
Did you wait too long? Tell him that you love him, but he's already gone, darling. Did you make two wrongs? Know that daddy never made a right before, darling. You were never made to be the judge, darling. He never changed, just wait for me to budge, darling. It's feeling like a cold dark winter and the sun still behind the trees, yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I ain't had the heart to to eat. Yeah. It's feeling like a cold, dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave. One day I'll be everything you ever wanted. Until then I'll be out here fighting like it's nothing. Through the cold, dark winter. Did you say goodbye, knowing damn well everybody gon' die someday? Did you waste my time, knowing damn well we can press rewind? One day I'll be everything you ever wanted. Until then I'll be out here fighting like it's nothing. Through the cold, dark winter. It's feeling like a cold, dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave. Yeah. It's feeling like a cold, dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave. One day I'll be everything you ever wanted. Until then I'll be out here fighting like it's nothing. Through the cold, dark winter. It's feeling like a cold, dark winter. It's feeling like a cold, dark winter. It's feeling like a cold, dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave. Yeah. It's feeling like a cold, dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave. It's feeling like a cold, dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave. Yeah. It's feeling like a cold, dark winter and the sun still behind the trees. Yeah. She asked me if I had another minute and I didn't have the heart to leave.
What can you say when love goes away that hasn't been said before? I have no rhyme that's different this time. There's no words to sing anymore. I haven't a clue why you went away. I only know you are gone. And I sit alone, my heart by the phone. And so I just listen to rain as it falls to the ground and washes the day away. Nothing to show and no place to go. So here in my room I stay. I don't know that I could forget you, no matter how hard I try. I'm all alone and honestly I don't know why. I just listen to rain as it falls to the ground and washes the day away. Nothing to show and no place to go. So here in my room I stay. I don't know
book our flights. Let's go see a show in Mexico, yeah. Laugh and dance all night. We should fly right over the sea. Take my hand to another land, girl, just you and me. Breakfast here and dinner there, we flow with the breeze. We can do this anywhere, name a place you wanna see, yeah. Few days in Tokyo, weekend in Spain. Out there in Ibiza, chilling all day with your feet up. Don't matter where we go, always stays the same. I got you and you got me, girl. That'll never change. That'll never change. We should ride a bike round Amsterdam. Feel the breeze taking the sights. Hand in hand through the streets of Paris, girl. Having fun by candlelight. Maybe we could take the train to London. I've got some real good friends out there. Maybe we could check out Strasbourg and Barcelona. Our love can take us anywhere. We should fly right over the sea. Take my hand to another land, girl, just you and me. Breakfast here and dinner there, we flow with the breeze. We can do this anywhere, name a place you wanna see, yeah. Few days in Tokyo, weekend in Spain. Out there in Ibiza, chilling all day with your feet up. Don't matter where we go, always stays the same. I got you and you got me, girl. That'll never change. Few days in Tokyo, weekend in Spain. Out there in Ibiza, chilling all day with your feet up. Don't matter where we go, always stays the same. I got you and you got me, girl. That'll never change. That'll never change. That'll never change. That'll never change.
Once in a while I dream. Once in a while I think of you. I reminisce on days gone by when you and I were new. Once in a while I dream, hoping that you'd return to me. But I know that you're not coming back, so once in a while I dream. Each moment passes like hours. Each day is dark as the night. Since we have ended, I just pretend I have a reason to live. It's sad how the seasons change. Sad how the feelings go away. We were in love, but now it's over. So once in a while I dream. So sad how the seasons change. Sad how the feelings go away. We were in love, but now it's over. So once in a while I dream. Pardon my plea.